Thank you and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of May 21st, 2024. We'll resume this afternoon with public hearing item number 5, and I'll turn it over to Corey Harala to take us through the afternoon items.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Public hearing item number 5 is LPC 24-08552, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 643, lot 43, 70 to 74 Gansevoort Street in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is an office and commercial building designed by BKSK Architects, completed in 2021. The application is to install signage and alter the canopies.
Let me just make sure it's. There we go. Nope. All right, perfect. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Julie Rosen from Higgins Quaisbarth and Partners. We're the preservation consultants on this project. I'm joined today by my colleague Shreya Betty, our client Marta Batanzo Srenra from Saint Laurent, and Leif Schindler and Maria Carciniti from Atmosphere Design Group. 7074 Gansevoort is a contemporary 6-story building completed in 2021 and designed by BKSK Architects. It's located on the south side of Gansevoort Street at the southwestern edge of the Gansevoort Market Historic District. We see the full building here in context. This is a prominent corner site with retail frontages along both Gansevoort Street and Washington Street. And Saint Laurent will be occupying all of the retail space at the basement level, the ground floor, and the second floor. So quite a bit of space here. We have 2 proposed elevations here, Gansevoort Street on the left, Washington Street on the right. And the scope of work before you today includes the installation of signage at the facades and the canopies, changes to the roof cladding material of the canopies, as well as the installation of lighting at the underside of the canopies. There is also a scope of storefront replacement that is shown in the drawings today, but that scope will all be reviewed at staff level. A couple of overall views of the ground floor of each facade shown here. Gansevoort on the top of Washington Street below that. The building was originally designed for multiple tenants, and so there were numerous entry points that were integrated into the storefront design when it was finished in 2021. Of course, with a single retail tenancy now, all of these doors are not necessary, so the access points will be reduced with the main entry on Gansevoort Street. I just want to point out that the furthest bays to the south here on Washington Street, those contain the main building entrance and a service entrance, so those are outside the scope of work. The design of this building is contemporary with new elements that do recall historic building features found throughout the historic district. So for instance, the large storefront openings resemble resemble loading bays, and the 2 steel canopies, one on each elevation, are very much modern designs that relate to but don't completely match some of the historic canopies we see in the district. A few details here of the storefront infill and the 2 canopies. The 2 canopies do match. They're steel framed. The front faces of them are solid, but then the perpendicular steel members that we see repeated along the lengths, those are structural members that have this abstract punched pattern through them. And then the roofs are covered with glass panels. So we've looked at 7074 Gansevoort through 2 lenses, essentially. The first is that the building is contemporary. It has new materials, features, and use. We've also looked at the historic context in terms of the building's relationship to the larger historic district surrounding it. And this is a commercial district, like so many others in the city, but we found that it has been regulated a bit differently by this commission over the years. And in particular, we've seen a lot of support for new buildings and additions and other contemporary interventions that reflect the changing nature of the district. So looking back at some historic context, a couple photos here from the 1930s and 1940s. These are views of 14th Street, where both canopies and building facades were utilized for signage. Similarly, we see that signage was often installed at upper floors of buildings as well. In these photographs, a few different types of perpendicular signage utilized, including projecting signage, blade signs, and novelty signs. Looking at how signage on canopies was treated historically, we do see that there was signage installed at both the fronts and sides of canopies. And I just want to point out the right photo is of 46 Gansevoort Street, which is just at the other end of the block from 7074. So moving now to some current context, We identified a number of different signage types throughout the historic district. We see signs attached to the face of canopies in various scales and designs, which have been approved by both staff and the commission in recent years. We also see Haylet signage that has been approved for entry adjacent areas at retail entrances and building entrances, as well as projecting blade signs with 2 armatures that have been approved as well. We also see signage installed at upper floors in association with retail use on those floors. And so we do see some similarities here with the new Saint Laurent retail space. Looking at canopy roof treatments, we see quite a variety throughout the historic district. We have just a few examples here, really just meant to show the range of solid metal, opaque glazing, and transparent glazing that's been utilized in both contemporary and historic applications. And similarly, we see a variety of lighting suspended from canopies in a range of fixture styles. 2 particularly relevant examples here. The image on the right, 52 Gansevoort Street, just down the street, and then another canopy in the district on 9th Avenue that has similar lighting to what we're proposing for our project. A couple of overall elevations here that I'll move through quickly. So we have the existing Gansevoort Street elevation on the left and the proposed on the right. And similarly on Washington Street, existing on the left and proposed on the right. Getting into the details, which I think are a little bit clearer here. This is the existing Gansevoort elevation. So this is an enlarged retail frontage as well as the partial plan. But then I think just stopping here at the proposed is helpful. I just want to note the specific scope items that we're proposing. The first is the installation of backlit signage and sconces adjacent to the entry door. So those are meant to help mark this main entrance to the retail space. We're also proposing non-illuminated dimensional signage that will be installed at the face of the canopy. At the second floor, a banner sign will be installed at that southernmost brick pier. The canopy signage and the banner signs are both important for identification and wayfinding for this building. And we see the different signs really being visible from different vantage points, depending on how someone's actually approaching the building. For example, the perpendicular banner signage is important with those long views down Gansevoort Street and up and down Washington Street, particularly with the building's location at the end of its block. Overall, we feel that the signage is modestly scaled in relation to the building. And then we have details of the canopy, roofing, and lighting a bit later for you. Here's an existing elevation and partial plan on Washington Street, and then the proposed. So the signage and canopy scopes here are the same as on Gansevoort Street. The only exception is that because there's no entrance on Washington, there is no entrance signage proposed on this elevation. Getting into the details. So details 1 and 2 here, again, are of that entrance signage. The proposal is for dimensional metal letters. They'll be finished in an antique black finish, and the sign will be backlit. So the sign is just under 4 feet tall. It's about 23 inches wide, and it just spells out the letters. It's YSL. And so those letters will be attached to the brick facade with anchors located at the brick joints to limit any potential damage to the brick. Detail 3 on the right, this is for the banner signs. There's one on Gansevoort, one on Washington. For these signs, we're proposing 2 black metal armatures. Those, again, will be attached to the brick facade, anchored at the brick joints, and then a 2 by 3 foot fabric banner will span between those armatures. Moving on to the canopy signage details here, we're proposing 12-inch tall dimensional letters. Those will be installed at the front panel of the canopy. The letter faces themselves will be a white acrylic, and then the sides will be painted in antique black, so they'll kind of blend into the color of the canopies. The letters themselves are just over 3 inches thick, and just to clarify, this sign is not, or I should say the 2 canopy signs are not illuminated. Detail 3 on the upper right, so this shows the full canopy depth, and this is just really showing you the relationship between that signage on the face of the canopy in relation to the proposed light fixtures and new lighting. So here we have a ground floor reflected ceiling plan. This is intended to show the layout of the light fixtures at each canopy. The canopies do have different dimensions. They're shown here. The canopy at Gansevoort Street is deeper and wider than that on Washington Street. As a result, because the Gansevoort canopy is deeper, there will actually be 7 lights in each row, centered between each structural member. At Washington Street, there will be 6 lights in the row, but overall, the design intent is identical for the two. The light fixture pattern that we're showing is really intended to be a design element that adds interest to the retail space, and it's intended to provide low-level architectural lighting to what we find to be quite a busy corner in the district. So this is a longitudinal section cut through the Washington Street canopy. What it's doing is it's showing us not only the relationship of the canopy to the storefronts below, but it's also showing us the fixture layout and those layers of roofing. And as you can see, the light fixtures will be centered within each structural bay. They're also going to be tucked up into the structural frame. So you're really going to be reading the structure of the canopy still. And in comparison to the size and scale of the canopy, the fixtures are quite small and really intended to fit nicely into the structure. We have a blown up detail here. I think you can see the various layers of the roofing a little bit more clearly here, as well as how the light fixtures will integrate. So the light fixtures themselves, they're opaque white bulbs, and they're 3 3/4 inches in diameter. They are going to be on a dimming module that will allow the fixtures to be dimmed to 25% of their output at all times. So again, the effect of this illumination is really meant to be a glow and a design feature here. The lights will be turned on 1 hour before store opening and then turned off 1 hour after the store closes. Just looking more detail at the roofing system itself, I do want to clarify that the existing glass roof will remain. And then it's really below that the new system will be installed. And that is composed of black metal cladding. That's the first layer immediately below the glass. Then there will be a layer of studs and plywood sheathing, and it's in this gap that the electrical conduit will be run. And then finally, the visible surface, the lowest surface that you'll actually see from the sidewalk, that will be a combination of a layer of black metal cladding as well as black painted steel mesh. And this is, again, really intended to add a new design element and some texture and interest to the canopies and to the retail space as a whole. I do want to note that when we initially presented this project to CB2's Landmarks Committee in April, they provided some really helpful feedback for us about the size of the fixtures and the roofing system to ensure that the views that you actually get of this building from the High Line were also considered. And so in response, we did actually reduce the size of the fixtures quite a bit by approximately 32%. And we also added an additional layer of the black metal cladding below the glass to create a more finished appearance. So these updates, of course, shown here for you today, were also represented to CB2 last Thursday at their May committee meeting. We have fixture cuts and samples included here. Happy to come back to these if anyone has questions. And then to start wrapping up, we have a straight-on rendering of the Gansevoort frontage here. The design proposal, as I mentioned, is intended to really create a presence for the new retail space at this contemporary building, with the signage and the lighting modestly scaled in relation to the overall scale of the building. We have another rendered view here. We're actually standing under the canopy on Gansevoort Street now, showing that low-level illumination that's proposed and the light fixture placement between structural bays that's tucked up into that canopy that are also small in scale. And finally, an overall view of the building. Again, this is that view from up on the High Line, really just showing the building in its larger context, as well as the finished appearance for the canopy roofing and the modest scale of the signage. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we have Commissioner Ginsburg, followed by Commissioner Goldblum.
I have 2 questions. First,
Sure.
have you done light levels with what the foot candles will be under the canopy?
We have the lumen output that will be.
Can you share that with us?
Yes. So the equivalent lumens with the 25% output will be 275 lumens per fixture.
And what about foot candles?
I-
Okay,
We
the
don't
other
have a foot
question
candle
is,
calculation.
I realize it can be dimmed down to 25%, but what guarantees do we have that the light level will remain at whatever level that is?
Sure. Well, our client, and we've confirmed with them, has committed to keeping it at 25%.
Thank
Right, and commissioners, we don't normally are regulating, the intensity of light. That's one of the issues. We're really focusing on the fixtures and that effect.
So a couple of questions. So just to make sure that I understand correctly.
Of course.
So you're gonna leave the glass in place. That's now the roof of the two canopies.
That's
And
correct.
you're gonna put a new black metal, drop ceiling basically under them.
That's correct. So it will be within each structural bay will be that new roofing system. It's about
Got
3¼ inch thick.
And do you have a cut or anything on this fixture? It looks like a very nice little circle there.
Oh,
but
absolutely, yes.
there
So
we go.
it's this one in the
So
upper,
it's a little bulb. And
Correct.
what's the diameter of that?
it's 3¾ inches.
That's 4-inch diameter. Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, the Chelsea wine vault that is shown on the applicant's presentation, is that was approved by the commission, that, or no?
Can you maybe go back to the image and then we can
Absolutely.
look at the address and maybe then Corey can answer.
And just from looking at this, so you have like 84 bulbs on one side and 70 on the other, I believe, from
I believe 84 on Gansevoort. I counted 60 on Washington.
60. Okay, thanks.
And in your research, did you find that the lights at 58 to 69th Avenue were commission approved or?
So what we found is that the lighting was not there at the time of designation. We also have found a permit from 2015 that approved the in-kind replacement of those fixtures.
We'll look into it. Vice Chair Bland.
So following on Commissioner Goldblum's question, so there's a glass canopy. You're blacking out that so that that goes away, and then you're creating 144 or something light bulbs to create unnatural light where there was natural light.
It is intended to create, yes, a glow, but really the design of it is meant to be a design
Yeah,
feature,
yeah.
less of a light
And the lights
output.
will be on all day long.
They will not. So the lights will go on an hour before store opening. So they'll go on at 10 a.m. and then they'll go off at either 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, depending on,
I meant during the
Like-
daylight.
oh, during the daylight hours. I'm sorry. Yes, they will be on. That's correct.
It seems like an oxymoron to me, but maybe I'll wait and talk about that. Any comments?
Commissioner Ginsburg.
I just Googled, so how many lumens was it? Was it 275? So that's about 30-foot candles, which is a ridiculous amount of light. Having spent time with a light meter going around, most neighborhoods are 1, bright lights are 5. I realize it's during the day, at which point 30-foot candles is meaningless because the sun is around 5,000-foot candles. So it just doesn't totally make sense, but anyway.
So I will share, on behalf of the team. So, there's a lighting designer, of course, the whole design team. We would be happy to work with staff to figure out the appropriate level of illumination if it does come to that.
All right, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
Just a question. I'm looking at your logo. I'm looking at your logo, and it's at the extreme left, and then you have the entry door, and then you have another pier. And I'm asking myself, why didn't they put the logo on both sides? Because
Oh, why not put the logo on both sides?
of the entry. So
Yeah, I don't know if the design team has an answer.
Just come up to the microphone and. All right,
Marta, can you come up and introduce yourself?
Hi, commissioners. I'm Marta Matanzo from San Logan. I'm the project manager in charge of this project. I think I can answer, even though I'm not the designer, because we have in-house designers that are based in Paris. So we receive their design and we, of course, make comments and accommodate and adjust the design base to, make it code compliant with everything locally. But as of the signage, your question about why don't we have more signage on the side so that, when a pedestrian is walking by and they may see clearly from the side, we understand that, but that's the purpose of the banners. We don't, like as a brand, we don't like to, advertise so much. So we prefer to keep it, just simple, just one minimal, just one signage on the front, and then the banners that are, intended to be seen from afar. That's it.
thank you.
yes, Commissioner Lutfi.
The backlit logo on the facade of the building, when is that lit? Is that lit at night or is that lit all
I
day?
believe that will be the same hours as the rest of, yes, the rest of
Okay.
the illumination.
And there's one on this side.
Correct. There's
and
one,
that's it.
nothing
Okay.
else on
Okay.
Washington, correct.
Mhm.
Right, this is really intended to mark the entry. There's only going to be one entrance to the store now.
Mhm. Thank you.
Right, and the signs on the canopy are non-illuminated.
Right.
Are there questions? All right, let's see if we have any public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one remote participant with their hand raised, that being Zach Weinstein from St. Gansevoort. Zach Weinstein, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Yes, my name is Zach Weinstein. I'm with Save Gansevoort. The concerns that I have about this application focus on the lighting proposed underneath the canopies on Washington and Gansevoort Street. It's a massive number of bulbs. They're asking for a total of 154 bulbs. The result is going to be something that's much closer to a theater or cinema marquee, as opposed to the traditional canopies present in the meat market. The canopies are supposed to be practical, useful. They're not supposed to draw attention to themselves. They're not supposed to be, primarily a way of attracting attention to the site. There's no precedent for having this number of bulbs under the canopy, with the single exception that the applicant presents for 5869th Avenue. That's always been an outlier. Those bulbs do not derive in any way from the period of significance for the district. They were put in the early 2000s. They've always been an eyesore. And I would certainly urge the committee not to use those as a precedent for a similar installation at this location. Having a couple of bulbs underneath the canopy, particularly if they are sort of glass jar bulbs, such as 52 Gansevoort Street, which is the other precedent that the applicant presents for the lighting, would be completely appropriate. But at 52 Gansevoort Street, there are 2 bulbs per bay, not 7. The lighting design here really is problematic. It's going to be a huge distraction, particularly in the evening and twilight hours, as people approach from a block away, either from the east, north, south, or west. I would ask the committee the commission to not approve the number of bulbs, and to perhaps recommend to the applicant that they maintain the glazing on the canopy, which allows natural light to come through. That's the existing condition, and would eliminate the necessity for this sort of massive lighting underneath the canopies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised.
And
If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand button now. Okay, I do not see any hand raised. So I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the modifications to the infill, the security gates, the illuminated entry sign and marquee and banner signs, and the security cameras, and that in the view of the deficiency of information presented about the marquee lighting, that the applicant return to a hearing of the Community Board Landmarks Committee with details about the marquee lighting with precise specifications of the globes, including sign size, wattage, lumens, and other information available from the manufacturer, a detailed layout of the system, and details of the proposed control system, so that the committee has the information required in order to evaluate the impact of the lighting within the historic district. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to the
Sure,
comments?
thank you. I'll go in reverse order. So regarding the community board resolution, I just do want to clarify, as I mentioned during the presentation, we did return to the Landmarks Committee on Thursday at their May meeting to represent the canopy scope of work, including the roofing layout as well as the lighting layout. So we did do that and received their feedback on Thursday, but otherwise I think satisfied their request for us to come back Regarding the other testimony, I mean, I just want to reinforce that, this is a contemporary building. These are contemporary marquees. We are certainly looking to limit the light output if that is a concern. But really, this is a design feature. The design is meant to reflect the contemporary nature of the building and of course, support the new retail use here. So thank you.
Commissioners, do we have any final questions? All right, so let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is, as the applicant presented, a commission-approved building. It was approved with canopies, with glass covers. And the proposal is to modify the canopies with lighting, metal cover, solid metal cover, and non-illuminated signage, and then to install a backlit sign at the entry and the two banner signs at the corner. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you like to start this one?
Sure. So thanks so much for your presentation, and I appreciate the fact that your goal is to do this in an understated way that is not only a reflection of the brand itself, but also fits in with what's happening in the community, the meatpacking district architecturally. So in general, I think, the work that you want to propose on the larger canopy is fine. I think it looks terrific. I do think that there's too much underneath lighting. It is really more like a theater marquee. And in fact, I don't think in the theater district there are even as many lights as you're proposing here. And, you used as an example, and I think maybe someone who spoke referred to it, the canopy at Pastis, there's very little lighting under that. And having been there many times, I think it's very effective. So my recommendation would be it needs to be toned down considerably, and of course in consultation with staff. The logo on the front near your doorway, it is very well done, and I think the lighting connected to it works. What we normally approve, that might be a little high. That's more like a blade sign to me. And so my recommendation would be that it either goes away, because I don't think it's doing you serving any purpose, or maybe it just comes down and sits on the corner of the building. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Master?
Yeah, I also like the design. I think it's very understated. I appreciate that you took some of the entrances and converted them to windows. I think I actually think that the banners on the side are fine. My understanding from the presentation was that they were necessary for visibility, because I think if you move them down, the marquee might get in the way. So I think it's maybe for across the street in certain places that they would see the signage, because the signage that they presented is very understated. I guess the real question is the lighting. And I'm a little bit torn. I understand the comments about the worry that the lighting is going to overwhelm the entrance. However, I'm not sure to what extent we regulate lighting. And my understanding is that the intent of the lighting was an architectural feature and a design element, more of a glow. It's not like this is going to be on, after, the store is closed. I think the intent was to emit a soft glow. I would certainly work with staff to ensure that it's a glow, but my thought is that, I could approve it as presented.
And so just to sort of be clear on the lighting, the commission has historically not regulated the quality or wattage of lighting because it is so hard to enforce. And so we really look at the fixtures, the size and the number of fixtures, and whether the fixtures themselves, regardless of the illumination, call undue attention. Okay, Commissioner Jeffrey.
In terms of the brackets, I can approve that. In terms of the banners, I can approve that. In terms of the canopies and the light, I mean, this is a commercial district. And I understand the concept of trying to keep this really bright and conceptual idea of suddenly having it super bright versus, this kind of dialectic thinking that goes on. I think I can accept the lights.
Commissioner Chapin?
Well, I think that the backlit sign at the entry is fine, that the signage on the canopy is also fine. I feel that the banners are not something you would typically see in this district. So I feel like normally you would see a blade sign instead of a banner, and I don't see why they couldn't use a blade sign for the same purpose, but so I'm not very comfortable with approving that. On the issue of the canopy lighting, I agree with Commissioner Bland in general that you could just use the existing rather nice, glass canopy if they want. But, we do permit having a closed canopy or metal canopy. I don't think that's objectionable particularly. But I do think that the amount of lighting that they're using is atypical. We see a lot of lighted canopies and we approve them all the time. And I certainly don't have a problem with the lighting with the canopy, but I do think that this particular example is, as some of the testimony said, more similar to a marquee at a theater or something. And I'm concerned that it's going to look out of place just because there's going to be too much illumination, too many fixtures. And I think they could reduce the number of fixtures and accomplish the purpose, for safety and for visibility that they need.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Thank you. I agree with what we've all been saying. I think that it is a somewhat curious move to block up a glass canopy, but I don't think it's inappropriate. As long as, and it certainly is preserved such that they could put it back pretty easily. I agree with Diana about the corner signs. They should be blade signs. I also think they should be lower. Most of the blade signs that we've seen in this district have been under the canopy, or below canopy level, down at street level, so that folks who are walking down the sidewalk can spot them and turn into the stores. It also kind of gets subsumed architecturally into the kind of retail zone of the building. So I think that's an easy one to do. I personally find that the text on the canopy and on the YSL near the door a bit big, but if others don't mind it, I guess I can live with it. I mean, I think that the 12-inch letter should probably be around 9, and the YSL should be about, again, 20% smaller. But again, that's probably a lone opinion. I think that the other modifications to the storefront are fine. I think that the number of lightings is crazy high, and the two examples that they showed, one on the other one is the right one. So it should be much more in line with that. The quality of these under canopy spaces in this district is generally darkness and gloominess and kind of a moodiness that's kind of intrinsic to this neighborhood and is part of its romance. So especially if you're going to go blacking out the glass, that's the vibe.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I'm going to get to the lighting last because I have real problems with what's being proposed. I think closing off the canopy or closing off the glass is fine. I agree, it really is a blade sign. It might be better lower, but I can live with it. The backlit letters are fine. But I want to talk about the perversity of what you're doing with lighting. First of all, lighting is typically when it's dark. You're not proposing that. You're proposing lighting when the store is open in an hour before and an hour after. So first of all, if the lighting went on at sunset and then went off when the store closed or was dimmed down because their code requirements for minimum foot candles, which you were far exceeding by about a factor of 10, I could see that. But if you want the light during the day, don't cover up the skylight, as Commissioner Bland said. If you want to cover up the skylight, the lighting probably won't make that much difference during the day because the ratio of foot candles you get from the sun, even on a cloudy day, is so much more than what you're proposing. And to have what you're proposing work at all, you probably not dim it at all. But I also find it, so lighting was done at certain points where it made sense. This doesn't make sense. It is a waste of energy. If you wanted to come back with something less where you were proposing it at night, I could see that. But during the day, why are you doing this when you have a perfectly good skylight? If you want more light on the street, to keep the skylight. You want to close it, that's fine. But then don't put lights in to turn, you're in effect saying, we don't like the natural light, but we'll put in artificial light because we want light. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right. Commissioner Chen?
So I can't approve that.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with the commissioners about that. The storefront design is fine. The blade sign is the right approach, and
It's a banner. But that's okay.
yeah. And the issue with the canopy, I have no problem with it being covered, being that it can easily be restored. The question is whether if you're going to permit lighting there, then I think, the sense seems to be that they want to reduce the number of light fixtures. So
Vice Chair Bland.
I'm going to be a minority again. Not only do I think the lighting is excessive, partly because of what Commissioner Ginsburg has just said, and I intimated earlier, the oxymoron of covering up natural light and then adding all this artificial light. I think that's wrong. But I also think this building was built recently. It's a new building. It was consciously built with glass canopies, and now we're changing them. I think it's inappropriate, frankly. It was specifically designed and built with glass canopies, and I think the glass has to remain and not be covered up. And then I think it's been said, and I don't need to say it much more, way too many lights. And the other one, the example, Michael Goldblum said the other one was the right one. Maybe it was pastis or something like that. Everything else is okay.
Okay. All right, so here's where we are. We have enough to support the banner sign. We have enough to support the covering the canopy and the non-illuminated signage on the canopy, and then backlit sign on at the entrance. And and we will make the modification that the number of light fixtures be significantly reduced, working in consultation with the staff. And I know you don't like the covering of the canopy, but it is historically the canopies found in this district had solid metal covers. And so I think on that basis, I find it appropriate even though it is a building. But Commissioner Lutfi, I know you felt that the light side should be lowered, so I'm happy to make the motion if you're not comfortable with that. There were, there were one person thought it should be lower and rigid, and one person thought it should be rigid, but everybody else was okay with it.
I mean, I do want to say that, again, you know, once we leave the blade flying that area, then it's gonna be, we're
Yeah.
gonna perfectly.
I think that this site is a little bit unique in that it's like right up next to the High Line. And I do think that if you lower it, I understand Commissioner Masters' point that it might be obscured by the, yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
With the lighting, would we change the timing for the lighting to be on only at night?
So again, it's something we really can't enforce, and so we haven't done that kind of requirement. We put the number of fixtures so that it doesn't blend.
Thank you.
But I think there's a point, the number of fixtures proposed, regardless of the light, does have a sort of theater typology that is not what this district is about.
I'm okay with it.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, in the matter of docket 24-08852, 70-74 Gansevoort Street, Gansevoort Market Historic District, an office and commercial building designed by BKSK Architects and completed in 2021. The application is to install signage and alter the canopies. Let's see, there's no I note. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not damage or obscure any significant architectural features at this modern building. That the halo lit logo at the pier will be well scaled to the facade and illuminated by a shielded source of light. Therefore, it will not call undue attention to itself. That the placement of signage on the fascia of the canopies is in keeping with the placement of historic signage found at other buildings within the district, that the scale, materials, and finish of the proposed signage are compatible with the scale and materiality of this building and others in the streetscape, and that other canopies within the district utilize both glass and metal roof cladding materials, and that the installation of a solid and textured metal cladding at the underside of the canopy will be in keeping with the industrial character of the neighborhood. However, I find that the multitude of light fixtures under the canopy will overwhelm this feature and recall a theater marquee, which does not relate well to the building, the streetscape, or the historic district. I therefore recommend that the quantity of light fixtures under the canopy be significantly reduced in consultation with the staff to the minimum required for light and safety.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland, Commissioner Chapin, Nay. Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Nay.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 6 in favor and 3 opposed, the motion passes.
All right, so please continue to work with the staff and we'll move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 24-05316, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 640, Lot 40, 767 Washington Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a federal-style row house built in 1842. The application is to create and modify openings, install mechanical equipment, raise a parapet, alter the rear yard extension, and excavate the cellar.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mary Derricks, and I'm the Preservation Consultant for this project. Let's see, arrows. Now? Oh, there we go. With me today is Craig Shillito from Cycle Projects, the architects for the project. This is the building. It's in the West Village. The public hearing scope is to alter the second floor rear facade window opening and add a new window, and to add a visible metal chimney and fan enclosure also at the rear facade wall, which you're not looking at, sorry. Add visible HVAC equipment and an enclosure to the rear addition roof. Reconstruct and reconfigure the rear addition front wall and openings and raise the parapet. Excavate to extend the basement to the rear addition. And at staff level, the storefront side doors and openings and awning are being altered, and that will be handled at the staff level. The building was built in 1842, and it has its characteristic peaked roof. There have been a lot of alterations, especially to the ground floor. In these same photos, you can see an earlier iteration of the rear addition, kind of just. It had 3 doors and a continuous lintel above the openings. You know, it's hard to see the rear addition, but it's fortunate we have any photo at all. We're looking to bring back something a little bit closer to that. The addition was there as early, an addition was there as earlier as 1854. It was frame. The most recent one appears to date from about 1900. It's had a lot of alterations, and the front facade has been reconstructed mostly several times. Here are more historic photos, 1840, and the designation. You can just sort of see a sliver of the rear addition. We're going to show you that with the red box. That's the rear addition. What are we up to? You can see the doors and the lintel. Finally, you get to see the rear facade and the rear addition underneath it. On the left here is the rear addition before it was rebuilt last. And on the right is the completely rebuilt parapet with new brick. And other alterations were approved, but work was not completed. They were to the windows and the bulkheads. This graphic shows what we think is left of the old addition, 3 brick piers. The interior has been altered a lot too. Here's a rendering of the existing and proposed building, and Craig Shillitoe is going to take you through the proposed alterations to the rear facade and the rear addition.
Thank you. Hello. These arrows here. Okay. Here's the existing facade elevation at West 12th. Here's the proposed points for consideration. Reconstruct and reconfigure the rear addition front wall and opening. Raise the parapet by 18 inches at rear addition. Multi-pane windows to reference the windows on the existing building. Reconstruct missing stone lintel that is to be accurately located as per the original building. Windows to the street to be blocked. Here's the existing and proposed rear facade. For consideration, add a visible metal chimney or exhaust stack to the rear facade wall. Add mechanical enclosures for hood exhaust fan. New wooden glass door with side lights for access to the rear terrace from the 2nd floor. New lintel to match the existing brownstone stucco. Here's the existing building section. Here's the proposed section. To know here, excavate at rear addition to extend the existing cellar to rear addition with maximum finish excavation. The main building basement is being lowered a bit. Go through these quickly. This is the cellar plan existing and proposed. This is the ground floor plan existing and proposed. This is the 2nd floor plan existing and proposed. This is the 3rd floor plan existing and proposed. This is the attic of the third floor, existing and proposed. This is the MEP engineer's terrace diagram. Per the mechanical engineer's code analysis, the diagram proposed location was limited by code to decrease mechanical sound transmission and enclosure at the terrace connects to the prior existing building. The vertical exhaust stack profile is most limited when close to the building. This elevation and plan exhibits the hood location. The cooking hood is at the west wall facade of the rear addition. Location is locked due to the kitchen layout and the connection to mechanical exhaust ducts to the stack. The windows are blocked on the inside where the hood is only. These are the detailed sections of the west 12th rear elevation. The masonry is material-wise, the masonry is to be reused as much as possible, and historic brick source that matches. And we've identified sources for matching the old brick and getting rid of the 2009 brick that was added there. The lintel and base are brownstone stucco to match existing adjacent on the main building. The metal window and door frame and spandrel are painted a dark gray. We have a spec. The glass is a 5/8 IGU with a black infill. Skipped ahead. Sorry, it skipped ahead. There we go. This is the elevation plan for discussing the HVAC enclosure at the rear. And there's the detail. These are the detailed sections and elevations of that HVAC enclosure. The west 12th end of the enclosure is a steel frame with acoustical metal louvers painted gray. The other three sides are metal framed with stucco finish on sheathing in dark gray to match louvers. This is an elevation detail section and terrace, new door and window. This is the detail of that. In this detail, this is a double door and side lights between second floor and terrace. The wood doors of an ebony Gabon wood. The lintel is brownstone stucco to match existing adjacent. This is an elevation detail for the mechanical enclosure. In the new enclosure is of stucco finish, dark gray. The door is a heavy gauge metal painted to match the dark gray, specification noted. The exhaust stack is to be painted the brick color, specification is noted. Back to you, Mary.
So you can see the mechanical enclosure. We did want to say that this is the West Village, and it's a more industrial part of the village than, say, the tree-lined streets of 11th between 5th and 6th. So that you see these multi-pane metal windows in this district. In any event, you can see the rear facade. You can see a little bit of the fan enclosure. You can see the chimney. We did a mock-up, or mock-ups. Here, one mock-up is showing you the how far the parapet's being raised. It's not a lot. And these are just the views. That one, now we're heading toward the corner, and you can see the mechanical enclosure. These corner buildings, they often have additions. They're 1 story, 2 stories, and it's very common to see stuff on those addition roofs, like HVAC equipment, and also those metal chimneys are just part of the landscape of the village when you get in this corner building situation. Here's another view from the far corner. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Yeah. So just so I'm clear, the 2 blacked windows on the left in this rendering are really fake windows with a spandrel glass in front of a brick wall?
Yes.
No glass.
What?
No glass.
No glass. It's a
No glass, just metal
spandrel
something?
metal behind
Spandrel metal.
a window frame. And
Okay.
the middle one is actually a door with real glass.
Right, okay. And then the window on the right, am I gonna see like the stair stringer kind of going across it? Because it looks like the stair is right there.
It's a stair going to the cellar.
Oh, it goes down. Great. Okay, so that's actually a window into interior space.
Mhm.
Okay. And why did you decide to recreate this facade in such a way where there were not exactly these windows to make it look like windows, but not really have windows? I understand that you're stuck with the grill being where it is, the hood being where it is, but I'm asking you why you decided when you were already going out there and refashioning this facade in the first place, you know, you weren't saying that this was historic, this particular layout. Why'd you choose to do that and then kind of not do it?
Well, historically, it's already had windows or openings. So to have, an opening on the far right and then a blank wall, through the other 2/3 would be less, in keeping with the rhythm of the district, which normally has openings and wall and not just wall.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Bland.
Far be it for me to play MEP engineer, but this tiny little house needs that huge amount of equipment?
Well, it's an existing restaurant that's remaining a restaurant, but it's being upgraded in the mechanical significantly. A lot of that is for sound mitigation. We have a acoustical engineer who's advised on different equipment that's being added and the louvers, baffles and such, and that has to be covered by that or these baffles installed so we can meet the sound restrictions of the district.
I just needed to hear you say it.
Thanks, Brett. Used to work for you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Chapin.
I have just a question about the back of the house. Why you chose not to kind of define the original volume. In other words, it looks a little odd because it sort of like goes off like this, and it's as though the house were built to go down rather than, there was a clean line at the back originally, yeah.
Oh,
And-
this,
Yeah,
it was just always there. It's been there a really long time.
yeah, but it's been there a really long time, but if you look at it in the earlier photos, the house itself, so you think of it as, it looks like it was always kind of, well, maybe it's just the gutter going down. It looks like it's actually separated, like it was a separate building, an attached, an addition, so to speak, but that was an add-on to the original building. That was.
It was an addition. It was all, judging from map evidence, it was always an addition. No, it was framed for a while and it wasn't a seamless addition, but it was
Yeah.
part of the,
I just kind of thought the house itself has such a nice, and I was thinking of like just course of brick or something to define the original. It just looks odd to me, but I guess you're saying it's looked odd for a long time.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's sometimes hard to see. But if we go to the conditions where we show the rear, you can kind of get a better view. That little piece has been there for a really long time. Yeah, that's where the fan, there's stuff there now, mechanical stuff. There's going to be a fan that's going to be enclosed, and then that's attached to the chimney that goes up the side. Mhm. And we're raising the parapet a little bit. The lower one.
Other questions? All right, let's see if we have public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Please come up, John.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society, New York. There are several components to this proposal. They're inappropriate individually, and the overall effect would be to degrade the character and historic integrity of this early house. The exposed portion of the historic rear facade above the one-story addition is only 2 stories high and retains its historic window openings. The proposal would significantly alter one of the 2 floors. This would affect far too large a percentage of historic fabric. The most that should be allowed is to drop one of the windowsills so that a door to the rear terrace can be installed. The proposed duct at the rear facade would be very visible and inappropriate. The enlarged HVAC unit on top of the one-story addition would also be very visible and inappropriate. We question whether the unit in that location would meet noise codes even with acoustic panels, but regardless, it's visually inappropriate. Possibly screening with a garden-type trellis or fence structure would make it visually acceptable. Finally, once again, we object to the non-historic asymmetric door proposed to replace the sliding doors on the side facade, second door opening going back from the corner. This should be a single leaf door or a pair of doors. Thank you, Commissioners.
Right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? All right. Noting that there isn't, I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one hand raised among our remote participants, that being Zach Weinstein from Save Gansevoort. Zach Weinstein, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Okay. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Great, yes, my name is Zach Weinstein. I'm with Save Gansevoort. I live at 92 Horatio Street. I have 3 concerns about this application. First of all, I'd like to very much echo the statement by the gentleman from the Victorian Society. Very concerned about the visibility of the mechanicals on the rear of this building. The HVAC unit is going to be significantly larger than the currently existing unit. It's going to be very visible. The rear facade of this building, it's a little misleading, or it's not a normal rear facade. It's actually extremely visible as you approach from the east, coming down the street. That rear facade is, it's a very original condition. I'm concerned that the ductwork that's proposed is going to obscure the view of a significant part of this very, unique historical facade. The entire building is a very unusual structure, not only because of its age, but because of this sort of odd transition from federal to later styles of architecture. I really think that original condition needs to be respected, and the visual impact of the proposed ductwork needs to be reduced or minimized. Second concern has to do with the proposed restoration work on the front facade on Washington Street, the ground floor. The existing condition is obviously terrible and not necessarily historically accurate. What I'm concerned about is that the proposed restoration is itself not historically accurate. It really doesn't make reference to the existing historical conditions on similar and neighboring buildings on the street. And it will involve the removal of a significant amount of original material that still exists below the 2 windows. I would urge the commission to ask that the restoration much more closely reflect the historical condition and preserve as much original infill material as possible. The last concern has to do with the amount of excavation that's proposed in the basement. The concern here is that we've had a terrible history over the last couple of years of basement excavations undermining the structural stability of landmark buildings. I'm concerned that this may yet be another unfortunate addition to that list. And I would urge that no such excavation or additional work be allowed until the commission has obtained independent analysis from structural engineers stating that such work can be done safely and without threatening the building. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised in our attendees list. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the facade work throughout, the ventilation system, and the rebuilding of the extension wall, as well as approval of the excavation, provided that preliminary engineering studies are carried out, that care is taken to ensure the integrity of the subject property and the neighboring property, and that all applicable regulations are followed. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. And just on the front facade, my understanding is that is all eligible for a staff level review. And so we will carefully look at the front to ensure that no original fabric is being removed that would preclude that staff level review. So thank you for mentioning that. And then with respect to the engineering, I'll ask that the applicants respond, but I also want to assure everyone that this would be slated for our own enhanced engineering review in coordination with the Department of Buildings. So with that, I'd like to ask you if you would like to respond to the comments. We had one comment about the size of the window on the rear facade, but otherwise I think it's largely related to the visible mechanical equipment and ductwork.
Right, and any staff level work. As far as the engineering goes, we have staff now requires quite a bit ahead of time before even getting to public hearing, and so we have already submitted engineering drawings and a complete, super complete offsite engineering reports and all the conditions and all the many adjacent buildings. So a lot of that has been done, and that will be looked at very carefully. It is nevertheless just an extension of an existing basement, so it's not a gigantic engineering feat. As far as the rear facade goes, that is not pristine. I think if I could go maybe to the existing and proposed elevation, and you can see. The right-hand door has already been altered on this, and we're suspecting that at least a part or a good bit of that rear facade has actually been reconstructed, but we have not been able to really nail that down. So I can say that in the views which you've seen, you can see the top part of the door, but you don't see it as a whole facade. You see the top floor, which we're not touching, and you see about the top the top windows of the second floor rear windows. So it doesn't really give you can get a hint of it, but it's not a big view. As far as we've explained the chimney, which just doesn't seem to be able to go anywhere else, and have also explained that this is something that's a fairly common feature in the village because of the condition where they can't put them anywhere else. And the HVAC equipment, the equipment itself is not really that huge, but the enclosure is as big as it has to be to have sound mitigation. We want to screen the front louvers with plantings, but that's not really something that that we propose at a hearing. So what you're seeing is what will be there, and yes, there will be planters. We talked about a trellis and decided it was just adding too much. We're just kind of going with the plants and not the trellis, but we actually thought about that. But that's it. We have many. Especially in this area, in the two districts, there have been many one-story additions approved on these one-story buildings. This is a lot more modest than what's already been approved in that regard with the one-story habitable additions. So we think this is relatively modest, even though anything up there is going to be visible.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
A couple of things about that, Flu. You say this is an existing restaurant, and that is the hood an existing hood?
No, we're gonna replace the hood.
But it's in the same spot.
Same size, rotating, but same.
Okay. So where does the exhaust go now?
It goes into a mushroom that wouldn't be legal by code today, and it also makes a lot of noise. So the mushroom fan on top of it.
And why can't it go indoors? You're renovating the whole building. Why not put it inside?
I think this was deemed like, I'm not sure if we could structurally.
We talked about that. I think that it was not possible? I don't remember
Yeah,
what.
it would have come from the windows.
Well, I mean, it
yeah.
could go where it is now, but
Mhm.
just be inside, no?
I mean, anything's possible with a lot of effort and money. We tend to tear apart a lot of buildings, to make that happen.
Okay, aren't there systems that are approved in New York where you can go through the facade?
That would take the precipitator, which is like size of like 20 feet long, like 5. The precipitator cleans the air first scrubber.
Right.
Yeah. So that's usually used in large hotels or places with
Well, like a restaurant that's in a multi-story building that's already been built, don't they exhaust through the louver in the storefront? How do
only
they
if
do
the air
it?
is being cleaned, otherwise it's supposed to.
So how do they do it if I rent a 25-foot wide storefront, a multi-story building that doesn't have
There would be a particulate scrubber or small device, which is.
So would that be feasible
not,
here?
Well, it's prohibitively large, literally like 20 feet.
Yeah.
By 5 by 4, and inside the hood is so small that the CFM is not that big, it's really necessary for the code. So
You couldn't put such a device in the basement.
can't go down, go lateral.
Thank you.
All right, any other final questions? Okay, let's move to our discussion then. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we're looking at alterations to the side and rear of this building, including on the side street of the main house, reconfiguring windows and doors. And then at the rear extension, raising the parapet, raising the height of the openings. 2 of them face back of house, so they will be metal with grills on them. And then the mechanical equipment at the roof, the duct, and the widening of the window opening at the second floor that it appears you can catch the top of it in this view. So we'll begin that discussion. Vice Chair Bland, would you start this one?
Yes. You know, I question the size of this, but I think I understand that the size of the equipment is more modest than what we're seeing, and that was explained because of the acoustical issues. As was suggested by Missy, this is a part of the village which is not the pristine and perfect part of the village, although it's a very interesting and wonderful part of the village, as is the entire historic district, I think. But I think because of that, certain things can be tolerated in a way that maybe in other parts of the village it couldn't be. So I think that seeing the top of the equipment over the bulkhead it's okay. I don't think I would change the color. I think it's okay, kind of dark. Regarding the stack, the chimney, whatever we call that, the pipe, it was presented as something that's typically seen. I don't know how typically it's seen in back of a 1840s building, but maybe. But if it could be put inside, I think without undue costs and problems, working with staff, maybe that should be considered. Otherwise, I think what's being suggested is appropriate.
Commissioner Lutfi?
Well, I think it's great that this building is going to be fixed up. And I think overall, I'm okay with most of what's been presented here. I think Fred's suggestion about moving the flue indoors is a good one. And I think that it would be a good idea to make that mechanical bump up like a lighter color, maybe a gray, so that it disappears a little. And that's it.
Commissioner Master?
Yeah, I think overall, I can find it's appropriate. I understand the rationale for the mechanicals. I'm actually okay with the color of the enclosure, but I think that you can certainly work with staff to see if a lighter color would make it less visible. In terms of the metal flue or the chimney for venting, I have worked with a lot of restaurants, so I understand the importance of the exhaust system. And I also understand how difficult it is to do it in an interior way. I mean, the only thing you can really, because, you know, the kitchen is the kitchen and the hood is where it is. Really, this is the simplest option. And I don't find that it's that distracting, given that you have all this other stuff going on in the rooftop. I actually think they did a pretty good job of blending it in. So unless you're really looking for it, I don't think that you're going to see it. So I'm fine with where it is.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
When I, excuse me, when I saw this facade, I thought, gee, it's just gorgeous. It's beautifully done, I thought. And, you know, just well done. And then very handsome restoration, I said. Create and modify opening, appropriate. The mechanical equipment, I thought, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was just an element on the rooftop, just a volume. And I think changing the color would not work very well because of the other colors in the facade. Raise a parapet, of course, makes sense. Rear yard extension makes sense. Excavation and cellar makes sense. So I can support this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin? Not right now. Okay. All right. Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, thanks. I'm okay with the black. I think the flue should go inside. I think the recreation of fake windows is ridiculous. The building has a very blank brick facade for most of its historic original part, and the fact that this is, you know, different is okay. I just think, you know, I don't know. It just seems to me like it's a very permanent installation. It's like you could take it out and make it windows when the kitchen moves somewhere. It's there forever. It just feels very stage setty and fake, and I don't recall us doing something similar in other locations. I could see leaving the opening and infilling it with brick. We often see that where the brick is recessed a little bit or something like that, making it into a, I don't know. I don't know. It just seems crappy, and I don't associate that with this particular district or any district for that matter. So I would recommend that they re-examine it.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I really like the SO sign in the old photographs, and I realize you probably couldn't take it back if you wanted to, but it brings back memories. In general, I think this is appropriate. I might, and I know there's been a divergence of opinions, look at the color of the mechanical equipment and lighten it a bit, but you know, that can be worked out with staff, and I'm flexible. I would suggest looking at making those fake windows real windows. There are restaurants where the windows into the kitchen, and I always think it's great advertising for the restaurant to see people making the food. So I'd consider doing that, but I could live with what you have.
Okay. Commissioner Chen?
I agree with all the commissioners, and especially Commissioner Mastro and Jefferson. I think that I'm fine with the color. I do not know if you make it lighter, it will make it less visible. I think it's especially from this angle point of view, it really sort of blend in with the, you know, the streetscape. So I can find that appropriate.
Okay. All right, so I think what we have is we have support to approve this proposal, but we're going to ask them to explore the feasibility of putting the flue on the inside and to do final review and approval of a color of, for the mechanical equipment that is neither too light, too dark, that
No, I think it's been proven that it's not black and it's not gray. It's very dark gray or very light. Light black. Exactly.
So, a color that that will best help it to recede from view.
Okay, all right, let's give it a whirl. In the matter of 767 Washington Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, this is an application to create and modify openings, install mechanical equipment, raise a parapet, alter the rear yard extension, and excavate the cellar. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with some modification, noting that the building has been altered over time, including changes to ground floor openings and reconstruction of portions of the facades. Therefore, the work will not eliminate any significant architectural features. That the West 12th Street facade historically featured a variety of windows and doors, therefore the installation of new and modified door openings to provide access to the commercial space is in keeping with the changes to the ground floor, and that the overall design and configuration of these doors relate to the historic doors. That the use of obscured windows to block back of house activities retains a glazed exterior while allowing for the adaptive reuse of the property, and the proposed multi-light windows are reminiscent of the historic windows. That the raising of the height of the parapet of the reconstructed rear extension will not significantly alter the appearance or relationship of this wall to the rest of the main building, and the brickwork will blend with the existing. That the rooftop mechanical enclosure will feature a simple louvered screen and will be seen against taller lot line facades. That the new bump out closure will be of a similar height and scale to the existing and will not rise taller than the adjacent brick parapet, and therefore will not detract from the rear facade. That the enlarged second floor rear window opening will only be minimally visible from limited vantage points along West 12th Street and will feature a divided light configuration in keeping with the historic window configuration. That the wall-mounted flue will be finished to blend with the brick facade, and is an accretion that is typical of mixed-use buildings within the district. That the excavation of the cellar will be done in compliance with Department of Building Regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect this building and adjacent buildings. That the work will not detract from the significant historic or architectural features of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District. Furthermore, I recommend that the applicant work with staff to assess the feasibility of placing the flue on the inside of the building rather than the outside of the building, and will work carefully, very carefully, to refine the color to be that which fades into non-existence.
With that, Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland, Commissioner Chapin, Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
No.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Master.
Aye.
It's 8 in favor and 1 opposed. The motion passes.
All right, great. So that's approved. Please continue to work with the staff and we'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 24-05325. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 606, Lot 36, 150 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival style row house built in 1836, and the application is to legalize a stoop gate installed without LPC permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lacey Williams, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 150 West 11th Street, located on the south side of the street between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue South in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The proposal is to legalize a stoop gate installed without a Landmarks Preservation Commission permit. For your reference, here is the existing conditions photo as well as the historic tax photo. Here is some of the surrounding context on the block, which includes a variety of ironwork configurations at the adjacent areaways. The gate was installed at non-historic ironwork and is similar in height and the same material and finish as other ironwork at the adjacent properties on the block. And the applicant is here to answer any additional questions.
All right, Commissioners, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, just when, how long ago was this violation? Looks like it was, you see, the ironwork was 2020 or something.
Do we know how long the violation has been
How
in
long it's
place?
been there? Is this recent?
Do you know how long the ironwork has been there?
This owner purchased the property recently in 2022 with the existing violation. It's back in 1999, right? Somehow the violation. Yeah, it's a very old violation, but the owner is a new owner, purchased 2022
Thank you.
with the existing. And their concern, actually, maybe I add, is the safety and the safety to their property, and they like to keep it because they don't want anybody to sleep on the stairs, stay on the stairs for so long. So that's it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's see if we have any public testimony. I'll note that there is no one in the hearing room to testify, so I'll turn it to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one hand raised in the attendees list, that being Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal inappropriate. We are opposed to stoop gates in principle because they're anti-urban. This gate was installed without a permit. We ask the Commission not to legalize it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any hands raised. And John Graham, would you? Yes. So speaking now is John Graham from the Victorian Society.
The Victorian Society does not recommend approval of this stoop gate, which was recently installed without a permit. This row of houses retains beautifully crafted Greek Revival style iron fences. It's important to maintain the historic rhythm of areaway fences separated by unfenced stoops, reaching out in welcome to the sidewalk. Often conditions like this may be addressed with a simple chain, which can be hung in the fence opening. We note that this is a residential block without adjacent commercial uses that can cause problems for residents. We urge the applicant to rethink this proposal. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you. Okay, would you like to respond to the comments we've heard?
We believe that actually bring a nice look to the building by the harmony to the bedding in the front of the sidewalk. They have a planter in the front with the same ironwork. The owner believes that's an addition to the beauty of the building and also the safety. That's a big concern for them. It's a one-family residential.
Apologies, this gate is the neighboring gate. We're actually looking at this gate here. They both have similar gates. And I also wanted to add, the violation seems to be issued around 2008, and the existing ironwork that's there was installed in 2002 per a CNE that was issued.
So in 2002, we issued a permit for the areaway ironwork.
Right, but not the
and-
gate.
But not the gate. And then by 2008, we discovered the violation. So it may have gone in at the time that the ironwork went in
Right.
without our approval.
Did the neighbor get permission to do
No.
their?
No, the neighbor did not get permission.
I
And
assume
then
they'll be coming here too soon.
I assume so, yes. And then and so we have a new owner who is trying to resolve the violation. And we have a variety of conditions on this street, correct? With some stoops, but a lot of stoops that are removed and areaways that are enclosed
Right,
and larger buildings. Is that right?
right. These are on the same side of the block. But there's a variety of conditions where there's gates or there's fences with no gates. There's a one step up with a gate. Or here you see a gate next to one that actually doesn't have a gate. It's not that it's open, it doesn't exist at the one on the right.
Any other final questions, commissioners? Yeah. Yeah, and just for the Zoom, it's Commissioner Lutfi speaking.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like further clarification on this street. How many homes have those front gates?
None. There's no
Not.
legal, no. All the ones we're showing here, they might have been grandfathered, but there's no legal gates.
And how many are legal?
All of them, I guess.
But what's the,
Let's be clear.
No.
Corey, maybe you can answer.
you know,
We have
what,
the exact count, but there's a difference between some of these that have gates, areaway fence with a gate, and then several feet behind that is a smaller stoop. And this one, which has the gate on the stoop. So I think there are legal conditions where there's a fence and a gate across the front of the areaway, and then again, you're several feet before you hit the stoop versus like one like this. And I'm not sure that there are any legal stoop gates on this block. But there are other various conditions and lots of ironwork that, is kind of inconsistent.
thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, let's move to our discussion. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed. And so this commission has had decades of experience reviewing proposals for stoop gates. And historically, we have suggested, as testimony did, a chain or other methods, particularly when the stoop is part of a row of houses that have continuous stoops. And in more recent years, I'd say like in the last 7 years or 8 years, the commission has started to understand the need as we keep getting applications for these. And so in cases where the property is near a commercial thoroughfare or on a street that isn't a continuous row, or it's a one-off building in the context of other building typologies, we have found on occasion stoop gates to be appropriate and given the context. But we always, in those cases, look at the ironwork and how it relates to the rest of the ironwork at the building. So in this case, we have, it's not near a commercial thoroughfare, it's on a residential street, but on a street with a variety of conditions, many of the stoops removed, and there is ironwork or fences that enclose areaways at the street line that this sort of sits within as well. So that's the context, and we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Master, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's appropriate, and I understand the safety concerns. And I think nowadays a simple chain may not be sufficient to make the homeowner feel safe. And I understand that this is a block with a variety of different types of buildings. So I understand. I think it's appropriate. The one thing that I might comment on is that there seems to be additional kind of scroll work above, and perhaps it's a little bit too decorative and perhaps it causes extra attention to it. But I think overall, I can find it appropriate and it is, reversible. So I think it's fine.
All right, Commissioner Jefferson.
I find gates difficult.
Yeah, they are.
And um, I think this, I defer to staff.
Okay. All right, I think, and they are, it is true, gates are difficult, and I think we thought that early on, chains would solve that problem, but what we have continued to see is that people want these gates and they put them up with or without permits, and so I think we do have to start to think about how to address people's needs, and so that's why we've started to look at the context in order to evaluate these applications. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, been here for many years, seeing, a really strong position against stoop gates. And as you said, recently, we've been looking at a lot of situations where it's a half commercial area and people are really having a lot of issues. And, I think the issues we look at are, is it obscuring the facade? And I think in general, these gates don't, or is it obscuring, somehow really affecting your sense of the stoop, To me, they're mostly pretty transparent. This is actually a fairly nice one in terms of being a little ornamental. And the fact that it has extra ornament, as Commissioner Masters suggested, you might remove that and then it would be, just a little less drawing attention to itself. And we also look at this issue of how many there are on a block. And in this case, apparently there aren't a lot of actual stoop gates, but from the pedestrian's point of view, probably isn't really clear how this is a stoop gate and this is an attached gate to a fence. So, I'm feeling that I think I can approve them having it even, it's today. Okay.
Right, Commissioner Goldblum.
Thank you. I just took a virtual walk down the block on this street, and it is a very unusual street in terms of the way that the buildings meet the sidewalk. And that unusualness is very much expressed in the position, extent, location, and materiality of these fences. Some, it's not a classic Park Slope brownstone block where the uniformity is really very important. And I generally do really dislike these gates for their kind of anti-social qualities. But in this case, because of the plethora of fences and gates at the street line, and also because of the absence of a real sense of a row or a continuity here, I think that this particular gate can be okay. I agree with Angie and others and Diana about shearing off the curly cues on the top.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree with the other commissioners, and I think the gate is okay, but the curly cues should go.
Okay. Commissioner Chen?
The same here. I think it's been said.
Okay, and Commissioner Lutfi?
So, I also walked down the street, Michael. And to look at the existing conditions, and they're incredibly varied. And the homes they all hit the street in different ways. And some of them are set back, and some of them have higher stoops, and then some of them have low, short stoops that you kind of almost fall over as you're, approaching the home. And I think this is one of those. And the thing that I have a problem with here, I don't have a huge problem with putting a fence in where it's appropriate, but I think it's inappropriate here because you literally hit the steps, the front steps, and there's the gate. It's almost like you have to fall over it at the beginning. And then when you're coming down, the same thing is happening. So I would have to say in this instance that I don't think it's appropriate to have a gate here.
That's an interesting egress question. Is it, it's a single family house. Are you allowed to have a gate like that? But, you know, it's on the stairway.
I think
There are
that-
egress requirements for houses.
That's when we see applications for stoop gates, they're always on the bottom step. You know, I
That
mean,
doesn't mean that it's legal.
if they're in front of it in an areaway, then that's a historic condition. that
Right,
we
right.
get. So when it comes to us, this is the typical condition.
I don't think that that would actually pass muster if you were filed for it.
Well, it's also, one or two family.
Yeah, but you still have egress requirements for single family.
Well, we can certainly look into that because I think that will help the conversations
Because
going
this is the
forward.
kind of thing that I'll bet you most people don't file.
Yeah. So I think we'll look into that so that when we get future applications. No, but without that information, it sounds like, I know you're opposed, but that otherwise we have support for it on this particular block. So Commissioner Master, would you read the motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC 24-05325, 150 West 11th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, Greek Revival style row house built in 1836. Application is to legalize a stoop gate installed without an LPC commission permit. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the gate is attached to non-historic ironwork at the stoop and is easily reversible, that the building's location between busy commercial thoroughfares has led to trespassing issues and safety concerns, that this streetscape features a variety of areaway and entrance conditions, including other gates and fences. Therefore, the presence of a stoop gate will not diminish the relationship of this building to other buildings on the block or the relationship of the stoop to the sidewalk. That the design of the black finished metal gate harmonizes with the ironwork at the building, and that the installation does not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District. However, therefore, I recommend that the curved scroll work above the top horizontal framing member be removed.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion? Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item.
And the next two items are one project being presented together, so I'll read those both in now. It's public hearing items 8 and 9. First application, actually both pertain to 175 Fifth Avenue, the Flatiron Building individual landmark, also in the Ladies Mile Historic District, in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 851, Lot 1. The first application, item 8, LPC 24-08057, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness. This building is a Beaux-Arts style skyscraper designed by D.H. Burnham and Company, built 1902 to 03. This first application is to replace windows and amend approvals under LPC 21-01234 and LPC 21-02537 to replace entrance infill, modify the penthouse, install mechanical equipment at the roof, and establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefronts, louvers, and then item 9, LPC 24-08093. That's an application for a modification of use in bulk. Application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use pursuant to Section 15-20B of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm with Kramer Levin. We're land use counsel to the owner of the property. Before the architects talk about the certificate of appropriateness items, I just wanted to explain our modification of use. This Flatiron building is being converted to a residential building above the ground floor. And that requires a zoning authorization pursuant to ZR section 1520B because more than 50% of the building is being converted to residential use. And 1520B requires Landmarks to issue a report to the City Planning Commission saying that the building will be subject to a continuing maintenance requirement. This is similar to the requirement for 74711 special permit applications or for transfers for East Midtown Landmarks. In connection with the authorization, the owner will execute and record a restrictive declaration that requires it and future owners to inspect the building every 7 years and to maintain it in sound first-class condition. So now I will pass it on to Carlos, who will discuss windows.
Fellow commissioners, my name is Carlos Cardoso, partner of Buyer Belinda Bell, and along with Richard Metzke, my partner as well, will present today in terms of replacing all the windows at the Flatiron Building and some modifications to the rooftop in the storefronts as well. Okay. Hold on. So in terms of obviously the location with the Flatiron Building, I think everybody knows exactly where it's located, between 23rd, 22nd, 5th, and Broadway, and it's in the Ladies Miles Historic District. But the window replacement that we're talking about today, currently the Flatiron Building has 1,018 windows. 926 of them are going to be replaced, and 92 will actually be refurbished, predominantly the round windows on the north of the building, and the southeast and the southwest will stay in place. And obviously here, the photographs of the windows as they currently reside in 5th and Broadway. And then what we did is we did a survey of all the windows. There's actually 6 types of windows, and within each type, there's numerous window sizes as illustrated on the schedule to the left. The same will apply to the south and the north facades. As you see here, we did also a survey denoting all the different windows and types and sizes. One thing that we want to discuss, and obviously ask for your approval, is the window replacement types. What we're seeking is the original windows was 1/1 double hung windows, wood, copper cladded. And what we're seeking is to have a tilt and turn window where the top sash is fixed, which is the image on the top right. And the bottom is a tilt and turn. It's a casement window, and then it tilts inward. And our challenge here was to actually replicate the tilt and turn to look the same as a double hung window, as you see in the middle image, which is the drawings from, or at least we replicated the drawings from the original drawings. And we also were looking at the building in terms of the north facade to replicate the windows that were currently there. So this is a window type A, which is it coincides with the windows predominantly throughout the building on the base portion of the building. The window type B1 that's on the 19th floor is the arched windows, which interestingly enough, in 2004, when the windows were replaced to a double hung aluminum window, you could see there, they actually were squared off and actually tucked behind the arched profile, which kind of interesting how they did that. Obviously, we don't think that was the original component as we illustrated in the middle. And what we're replicating now is what's on the right as well in terms of the window profiles. Bless you. One of the components, as you see here in the photos also, is to keep all the existing wood trim as it currently exists, and even the stops and the sills and the jambs will all remain and be refurbished in place. And I'll go through that in a second. Window type B is on the 16th floor. It's got the 3 windows here as well. Basically the same methodology will apply here as well. And again, all the studies in trying to keep the profiles the same, which when I get to the details, you'll see it more closely. Another window type C. This is on the 16th floor. And again, an arched window where you could clearly see on the image on the left side, on the bottom left, that the window is actually the 2000 floor replacement was tucked behind the arch, and we want to bring back the original profile of the window. And a window type D, this is on the 3rd floor, which is actually the area that we used to do actual mock-ups to make sure that we can do what we're stating that we're doing today, which we worked with staff to do that. And in terms of the windows to be refurbished, obviously on the left side is the curved windows, which is at the prow with the north side, southeast and southwest. Those will remain in place to be refurbished, inclusive of the round window on the 3rd floor and 5th and Broadway. It will be refurbished as well. And on the 19th floor, this window type F, which is on the top right and top bottom right, was refurbished in 2004, and you could see the glass was replaced by the spacer, that aluminum spacer. But at least all the framework and everything that was there originally was kept intact, and we're going to refurbish that as well. Now, the window details, I think, tells really what we're trying to do. So as I said, what you see here is a mock-up that we originally started to do, we actually did 5 mock-ups, and led to a lot of discussions with staff in terms of fine-tuning these details to get to the point that we are at today, which is we went forward. On the left is the double hung windows, the aluminum, which obviously we're not looking to those, but you see the details, the profiles, the glazing stop on the middle photo. We're replicating that, and we started by doing this rendering to begin the process with the manufacturers and obviously with us detailing, which led to these profiles that you see here in elevation. The middle rendering type B is the original dimensions, and we verify that with the dimensions in the field. And then we started to replicate, and we're pretty close to, at least in elevation, to replicating it. And then in details, as you see here, the double hung window profile was the middle rendering, which obviously, if I can point here, had the style right here, which basically was the stop to hold this sash when it comes down and you see the track. And we started to replicate that as well. And we were able to get with the manufacturer and actually push the bottom sash back to replicate the space. And you'll see that in the section cut of the window. So it looks like a double hung window, replicates it. The dimensions are pretty close. The only difference is in operability, it opens as a casement and it tilts inward. And in section here, again, the original windows, and you could see the top, the bottom, the stopper here, which is still there, and we're going to keep it there. And you'll see the track here, and that's what we did with our window. We were able to replicate that. The top portion of the window is obviously a lot easier to do, but the bottom portion, you see that we were able to do that. In terms of the color, because they were copper clad, those windows were patinated so that it was a brownish color, so you wouldn't oxidize and stain the building. And Jablonski Building Conservancy did a study on the paint color and matched that paint color. So we have that, and we actually, on the mock-ups, we painted already that color, the same exact color. So it mimics or replicates the original color. And this is actually a 3D model that we've been doing with the manufacturer. We're about to do this mock-up, which is the details I just showed you, with staff to basically actually show you the bottom sash, how it steps back. The middle picture is really it's a wood clad on the interior side, and then on the right side, it's again a different view that you see for the window there. And now I'll let Richard take through the rest of the modifications. Just
Okay, so there are 2 modifications that we would like to make to the master plan that was approved in 2021. Oops, sorry. This is the ground floor plan. The 2 modifications we'd like to make is a storefront on 22nd Street. On the plan, Broadway is on top, Fifth Avenue is on the bottom, 22nd Street is on the right side. There's 2 red circles around storefront 13 that is one storefront we'd like to modify from a single door to a double door. And we want to make a modification to the building entry on Broadway from a revolving door that was approved back in 2021 to a double door. So it basically replicates the door that was approved for Fifth Avenue. Starting with 22nd Street, storefront number 13, which we want to change from a single door to a double door. The top drawing just shows the existing condition for storefronts, flat facade, a door in each of those storefronts. The middle drawing represents what was approved in 2021. It was also with the addition of the louvers. In fact, the generator for the building in 2021 was going to go into the basement, so we needed the louvers for air intake and for exhaust, and we still need it. Now that's being converted to residential. The generator would be way too large and highly visible on the roof, so we have it in the basement. So the drawing below, at the bottom of the page, shows a double set of doors. We'd like the double set of doors. One, it's egress from the building, fire egress, but it's also the service door for move-in, move-outs, garbage, and bicycles. Just a rendering of on the left of the what was approved with the single door and louver, and what we're requesting on the right side of it. The top photograph is the existing condition. Actually, I should note, back in 2021, there were two storefronts which, as part of our master plan, that was approved with double doors. If you look at the two storefronts, one on Broadway and one on Fifth Avenue, there are two storefronts in. Both of them have a possibility of double doors. That probably won't ever happen now that the program has changed and that the ground floor predominantly on Fifth Avenue is now residential lobby. So I don't think that will occur. To Broadway, the top drawing represents the existing condition, especially at the entry in the center of the elevation. The middle drawing represents what was approved in 2021, which was a revolving door as an entry to the building. What we'd like to do, which is the bottom drawing, is to make it a double set of doors, similar to, if not exactly the same as what was approved for Fifth Avenue. So what was approved on 22nd Street in 2021 with these revolving doors. And what we want to do is just switch them out to a set of double doors, which would be exactly the same detailing that we would have on Fifth Avenue. Going to the rooftop, there's some new rooftop equipment now that the building program has changed from commercial to residential. This is a plan of the rooftop showing the mechanical equipment and the bulkhead. One big difference now is that we have a stair bulkhead, which has to come to the roof because the stairs have to exit to the roof. We have two elevator bulkheads, no elevators going to the roof. We've got still the cooling towers, and we have the energy recovery units as required by the energy code. The one thing about the drawing is this red line, which is going across the drawing. The strategy here was to move all the equipment right to the southwest, right? In order that all the sort of iconic views from the park and from Fifth Avenue made the equipment invisible, right? So it all sort of shifted down. And so the top left is basically what is there today, minimal amount of equipment up on the roof. You also remember from 2021, there were 650 individual air conditioners and windows. Those have now all been removed, and that was cooling the space. What was approved in 2021 is a drawing that's just right below it, which had a series of cooling towers. And what we need today is on the right-hand side. So let me just blow up that drawing. So we've got the two bulkheads, the bulkhead that's required to go to the roof for egress. We've got the two elevator bulkheads now that the elevators are coming up to the 21st floor. The prior approval in 2021 and the existing condition is none of the elevators go to the 21st floor. They actually go to the 20th floor. There's a little lulu lift, a two-stop elevator which brings you up to the 21st floor. In order for any servicing to happen actually on the rooftop, there's a ladder which goes from the 20th floor to the 21st floor. But because it's residential now and existing codes, we need that stair bulkhead on the roof. The other thing that we're required to have by zoning is also a screen around all the mechanical equipment. So we're screening both the cooling towers and the energy recovery units. Just an elevation from along Fifth Avenue to the rooftop. And again, you can just see the shift of the equipment all the way back towards 22nd Street into the southwest corner. The highest element are two elevator bulkheads at about 9 feet. The cooling towers at about 8 feet 6, stair bulkheads at 8 feet 6, and the heat recovery units are at 6.5 feet. Again, just the elevation along Broadway. Now, all the mechanical equipment has to be screened. So we came up with an idea of the screen, which basically becomes almost a mesh, goes in and out, helps sort of reflect sunlight, has sort of a bluish gray color to it, lets light through it. If you look at 2 photographs on the upper right-hand side, you can see sort of the front elevation of the screening. But also if you look up, it allows light to sort of penetrate the screen itself, and I think helps it become a little more invisible in front of the equipment. Then we did a series of sightline studies. And the way we set all these studies up were the first photograph on the left is the existing condition. Right below it is a map. The yellow color and the little triangle in the center of the map is a Flatiron building, and the red arrow is where we took the photograph from. The middle photograph is what was approved back in 2021, and on the right is what we are currently proposing. This view actually from the center of the park, right near that little plaza in front of Shake Shack, you don't see any equipment. That's great. I didn't do anything.
That's a question while we're waiting. All right, so on the paint of the windows with Jablonski, you're matching the color of the window as it was patinated, but it was never painted, the originals?
They were painted in probably mid-century. They were painted, and that was done in because it was.
Right there, sorry.
Carlos Cardoso, to your question, they did match the color to the patinated component. They were painted around mid-century. They started to paint the windows in order to protect it further, which is all detailed in Jablonski's report.
Right, so you're now matching the color of the patinated copper windows.
Correct.
And you're gonna strip the corner windows and the other ones that are the special windows so that they too are exposed copper with patina that will match your color of the paint.
They will be painted as well in order to match.
Oh, they'll be
the system.
painted.
Yes, because of the corrosion that's been going on through it all the time.
So the copper windows are damaged.
From the report, yes, they're starting to get damaged. If we were to strip it, they would all start to oxidize.
But isn't the oxidization the patina?
No. The patina, pre-patina, when they patina those windows, at least the way the report was written, was to protect it. If you didn't patina, they would start to oxidize, turn green, and starts to leach, and then starts to get into the limestone.
Okay, so the windows, the original condition of the windows were this kind of patina that was supposed to protect the copper?
Correct, and it's a brownish color. And
Right.
that's where that color comes from that they selected.
All right, so it was not an original, you never saw a finished copper thing?
No, at least no. But not all the research we did and what Jablonski wrote and also the tests they did, the inspection of it didn't show that. Correct.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We have the presentation back.
Without a correction, yeah. Okay, on view two, which is a little bit further north in the park, you can see it on the red dot there. Again, no visibility on it. Not operating.
Can you click on your screen?
What do you want me to do?
Click on the
Just take the mouse and just click on the presentation.
All right, got it, yeah.
Great. I'm sorry, can you do it one more time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Okay, then moving a little bit further to the corner of the park on 26th Street, and again, minimally visible.
That's from the northern corner of the park.
All the way to the corner of the park on 26th Street and Madison Avenue. Again, the most iconic view from Fifth Avenue looking south. You don't see any equipment.
See the bulkhead at all?
You don't see the bulkhead on this. No. Moving even further north at 28th Street and looking back, and you can not see the equipment. Moving over to 23rd Street near 6th Avenue, looking back towards the building, start to pick up a little bit, and you see on the right of the heat recovery unit. A little closer to the building as you approach it. There it is. Start to see a little bit of the bulkhead on the right hand side. When you're up near the corner of the building, you don't see any equipment. Yeah, again, if you move over to 22nd Street, look back towards the building, you're looking east. Okay. You can actually see the existing equipment does pop up all the way in the photograph on the left, and you can see part of the equipment on the right-hand side. Again, as you get closer to the building, almost to the corner, if you go down Fifth Avenue towards 20th Street, look north. Again, on both what was approved in 2021 and today, you see part of the cooling tower. If you're on Broadway, looking down at the building, glimpse a little bit of the corner of the tower. Getting closer to the building. You can see it on the right. If you're all the way back, about a block away on 22nd Street, looking west. Getting a little bit closer to the building. Just see a glimpse of it on the right-hand side. Once you're closer to it, you don't see anything. And from 22nd Street looking west, there's no equipment is visible. And that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
On page 19 of the historic window header seems to have a brick mold out at the edge of the facade that you're not putting back in. If we go to page 19, I'm not sure this is a major issue, but I'm just curious why. It's going to take a minute to get there.
Yes, 131 pages. I'm fine.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is this here and up there.
Sorry, which one? Let me see.
Those interiors.
Oh, the
Those are
interiors.
interior stuff.
Yeah, the exterior is on the left, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
I have three questions that would help me position myself. The penthouse. Was there a penthouse before April 13th when we approved the penthouse that's there now?
Was there a, is there a historic penthouse on this structure? Yeah. Yeah, Richard, just come to the.
There's a couple of small pieces of equipment that's up there right now, right? But there are there's no bulkhead in terms of stairs or elevators which go up to the rooftop.
So it had the same footprint,
It has today it has a much smaller footprint, right?
smaller.
Yeah, because there was no, basically, it was steam heated, right? And in terms of AC, it was the 650 units that ultimately went into the into the windows, and which, right, for air conditioning. Yeah.
So question number two has to do with the building itself. Do they have central air now? Central air conditioning now?
No.
Does not.
Oh, no.
So now you're putting in central in this renovation.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So you need the duct runs, the horizontal duct runs. You have to plan it. Do you have enough space to run all that stuff?
It goes down and it
just
goes
goes
down
straight
and then
down,
distributes.
So
Yeah.
there's enough headroom. Okay.
But yeah, there is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Lutfi.
So the new windows they're all aluminum or are they clad wood?
They're aluminum windows, they're wood clad on the inside.
Right, okay, good.
Veneer, I should say.
Yeah, a veneer.
Yeah, it's
Well,
clad, it's
yeah,
very thin
yeah,
veneer.
yeah.
clad.
Okay. And then the windows that are being repaired and restored, they are currently wood and will continue to be wood?
Correct.
Okay,
Copper, yeah, copper cladded on the outside,
okay.
the original.
And many of the other windows were replaced with aluminum windows under a prior approval.
And so will they be replaced again?
Yes.
It's all going to be the same thing, right?
Correct.
That's
Correct.
great. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's see if we have public testimony. We have one person who signed in, John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. The Flatiron Building has been an individual New York City landmark since 1966. It's a National Historic Landmark, one of the most famous buildings in New York City, the work of a major American architect, and one of the world's most iconic skyscrapers. The Victorian Society is surprised and disappointed by this proposal. We do not support any of the changes or amendments as presented. We also do not support the proposed modification of use until these matters are resolved. The proposed window replacement would include all the windows above the ground floor, except for selected curved windows. All of the double-hung aluminum windows now in place are 20-year-old replacements. They were installed after this commission approved removal of the original 102-year-old copper-clad windows. which are now for sale at Old Good Things. But new tilt and turn aluminum windows would be a step backward. The new windows must match the original double hung windows in dimensions, operation, details, finish, and quality. What the material should be is an open question. We also urge that a section of the existing flat metal paneling be stripped of paint to ascertain whether it is part of the historic copper framing. Assuming it is an original, altered, direct framing and brick walls to be designed. It should be unnecessary to point out that replacing 100-year-old original copper windows was bad preservation, and that sending the 20-year-old aluminum windows that replaced them to a landfill is bad sustainable design. The applicant is also asking for changes to the approved storefront master plan, including changes to the transom grills at the entrances to the building and doors to individual storefronts. We support the installation of the transom grills in theory based on the 1911 photograph, but there are no notes or details to explain material, finish, or dimensions of the members of the transoms. We are also concerned about the proposed installation of pair doors at one storefront facing 5th, number 8, and one facing Broadway, number 17. These storefronts both have historic bay window frame adjacent to the entrances to retail space. These bays are an original feature of the 5th Avenue Broadway facade. There's no explanation how the historic bays would be altered to increase the width of the entrance from a single door to a double door. This detail must be clarified. We think that introducing louvers to every show window is a mistake and compromise storefront design integrity and possibly historic material as well. The proposed changes to the penthouse and the installation of the mechanical equipment will be visible from numerous locations up and down 5th Avenue, 23rd Street, and the adjacent block. This is unacceptable for an individual landmark of this importance. We urge the applicant to step back and rethink all aspects of this application. The special permit requested introduces further mandate to make this an exemplary restoration. We expect the commission to demand better of this owner and architect and not incidentally take steps to correct the 20-year-old mistake. Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one hand raised in the attendees list, that being Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I've promoted you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. The Flatiron Building is one of the most important works of architecture in New York City. It is an icon and a total work of art that belongs to the world. HDC would love to see the use of real copper windows, manufactured to match the original design profiles and details, while meeting 21st century energy code requirements. Stewardship of this building is a privilege and an obligation. We appreciate that Beyer Blinder Bell are the architects of this project, and we hope this testimony will encourage exploring the viability and possibility of using copper windows. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends conditional approval, provided that the applicant constructs a mock-up of the rooftop units and shares such mock-ups with Community Board 5. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Let me respond to a couple of comments just to set the record straight. The question regarding the decorative grille work on the transom of the main entry doors, that was all approved in 2021 and working with staff. We also had approval for all the louvers throughout the building back in 2021, along with the double set of doors both on 5th Avenue and on Broadway. I think that basically.
Yeah, well, so there were comments about the storefront master plan, which most of that we know was approved, and you're proposing the 2 changes to the 2 entries for egress and then the lobby, and comments about the visible mechanical equipment and the windows, and I think as I understand your presentation, the windows that you're proposing actually improve upon the prior approval, correct? Is that correct? And that the details match more closely and the finish will match more closely, albeit the configuration changes so that they're high performance and meet energy code and have that casement operation. But I think otherwise, I think you presented that the detail, particularly at the arched windows and the
Correct.
panning, is closer in finish and in profile. Is that correct?
Profiles match much better to what was originally there versus the 2004. As far as the color, again, Jablonski did a whole report. We kept that the same. And the details in terms of the double hung is what was there before to the tilt and turn works as well and meets all the energy code components as well. So I think it's a pretty good match right now.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
It's about the tilt and turn operation. Are you doing that because you're compelled to do so, and the building would not meet energy code without that?
No, the tilt and turn component has nothing to do with the energy code. It's really that it can tilt inward for air and they open as a casement to clean it for cleaning purposes.
Right, but you can get double hungs that hinge in for cleaning purposes as well, right?
You can
Like
get double.
markings.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
You could, so you're saying it's about convenience and cleaning as opposed to energy?
Well, no, the tilt and turn is a more energy efficient component. You don't have to do a tilt and a turn. You don't have to get a casement and a tilt.
The
You could
change
do
in
one.
operation
Mm-hmm.
from a double hung to
Mhm.
something else
Mm-hmm.
is being done for energy code compliance or for some other reason?
No, for energy and also acoustical components, yes.
Okay, and doing it as a double hung, just to be crystal clear, putting aside all other issues,
Mhm.
you could not meet New York City building code and get a permit to do this without changing the operation?
You probably could meet the energy component, but I don't think you could meet, and again, the acoustical component. Very
Acoustical
difficult.
component, in other words, to keep the insides quiet for the residents?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thanks.
And then Corey, maybe if you can also talk about this is the type of window we actually amended our rules to allow staff to approve in some cases, right?
Yes, the rules are set up for staff level approvals at buildings that, well, for one thing, are not individual landmarks, so you always do see those. But even that being said, the commission has approved simulated double hung windows at least a few individual landmarks. The Woolworth Building upper portion has them, was reviewed by the commission and approved, as well as 346 Broadway, New York Life Insurance Company building, Clock Tower building has them throughout. But in general, the idea is that they improve, obviously, the ability to meet energy code, but also in some cases, accessibility issues where very large windows are not easily operated. And this is something that can meet force requirements and ease of access for certain users that might need that. So I'm not sure if that's the case here, but that's another part of the criteria. Otherwise, we seek to have the details match as closely as possible to the historic window details, among other things like configuration, details, and finish. Oh, just one more note on that for the material. For the larger buildings, I think in all cases, whether the original was wood or metal, the approved material has been metal the times the commission has approved this.
Okay. All right. Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
Just one question about the penthouse. The color and material of the penthouse replicates the existing that was there historically?
It's the question, yes, about the materials at the penthouse at the roof and how does that relate to the historic condition?
Similar to what actually we did on the 21st floor, which is a stucco finish, right? And the color of the bulkhead itself would match the color of the building itself, of the building. Very, very smooth, light, that light sort of cream color.
Smooth, that beige color.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other final questions? And I think we can move to our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
You and Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so, as we've heard, this is a proposal to make some changes to facilitate a new use, a residential use at this building. And this is as we've heard from testimony, one of the most iconic individual landmarks in our city. And so I think the idea that it can be repurposed for housing is extremely exciting. And I think that it's wonderful that this important individual landmark is able to accommodate housing with relatively minor changes. Having said that, there are some components that we're looking at, and those include window replacement throughout, except for the special windows, which will be retained and repaired. And the window replacement will be replacing mostly commission-approved aluminum replacement windows with new windows that improve upon the profiles and the finish, but have a change in operation to improve energy efficiency and sound requirements. And then 2 entrances are proposed to be modified to provide egress and a lobby. And then the mechanical equipment at the roof, which is pushed to the back end. It does mean that there is no need for window units throughout the building, but there are some views, particularly from the south and east and west, looking at the south end of the building, the back of the building, the back end of the building, I should say. So 3 areas of work, and we'll begin our discussion now. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this?
Yes. So first of all, I think this is an excellent presentation, and in general, I think totally approvable. I would like to comment on a few things. There is no way, I am glad you're using the tilt term. There is no way to make a double hung window as airtight as a tilt turn casement on it, just because of how it gaskets. And I think the profiles are better than what the commission approved 20 years ago and will be more energy efficient. I'd also add having Marvin windows that are supposedly you're built in to clean that are double hungs, it doesn't work. And maybe they've developed something better, but we've never been able to. So I really appreciate that. I realize some of the mechanical equipment will be minimally visible, but you moved it as much as you could to be out of sight line. It's from a distance, it's way high up. I don't think it'll be noticed, and to both make the building energy efficient and modernize it. And the big plus, which I've seen in other projects, is you're getting rid of all the air conditioners in the windows, which are horrible from a aesthetic perspective. So I think this is a wonderful project. The building probably makes a lot more sense for housing than commercial, given the small floor plate. And so I find this very easy to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, I also think this is an incredibly exciting project from an economic development standpoint. You know, it's really going to have an impact having housing at this location. And it will spur, need for even more and varied commercial uses. It puts this iconic building back to work. It's almost amazing that this conversion can happen so easily. I mean, when we approved the McGraw-Hill building conversion, I couldn't believe that was happening so easily, but they had these 2 cores, so it worked. I agree that, this is a pre-war shell, but it's not really a pre-war residential building where residents, some of them still use window units. This is a building that's going to be completely gutted and refit out so that it is, in essence, a modern building. Nobody would even think, no one would even sell units that are going to be priced way they're going to be priced in a building that didn't have central air. And my sense is that the way you're doing this job with the casement windows that really resemble the look and feel, even dimensionally, of the double hung is super duper smart. And I do also have to concur with Commissioner Ginsburg that my experience has been that these windows are definitely are better for sound efficiency than the 1/1s. I'm so happy that you're doing clad wood. It's going to make a difference aesthetically, in addition to the fact that it's a nod to the historic case. And I am so glad that you're preserving and restoring those original windows that are difficult because they're curved, ocular, whatever. I really think the two entrances the two new entrances are one on 22nd, one on Broadway, are, really speak in terms of look and feel to what's there and what we've approved in the past. And I think it's going to be a seamless addition. And I can appreciate the fact that you have had to have moved a lot of equipment up to the roof to make this work. And the visibility seems, relatively speaking, very minimal. And I'm happy that you're going to be looking to, use acoustical screens that are in a color tone that will make this disappear. And I feel like, your firm is sort of the right firm to take on a project like this. And so I could approve this.
Great. And one thing I forgot, there are two applications before us. So the other application is for the support in their seeking a special permit from city planning for the change of use. And they are working with the staff on a series of staff level restoration components to the application. And so while we don't see that staff level work, I wish Commissioner Ginsburg or Commissioner Lutfi would comment on the special permit.
I can completely support that. I do want to say one other thing. I live in Brooklyn's Flatiron Building, and that's the Candela Building in Park Slope. And we are in the process of getting ready to replace all of our windows, which is, in excess of 800. So I can appreciate what you're going through.
Great, Commissioner
So
Master.
I can just say, Chair, the modification, the special permit is just for use. There's no bulk, no other waivers. It's just solar.
Yeah, I share the other commissioners' enthusiasm for the revitalization of this building. It's fantastic. I think that, and I defer to, of course, our energy efficiency and window expert, Commissioner Ginsburg, who fully supports this. So of course, I fully support it. And I'm very excited that you're getting rid of over 600 window air conditioning units. I think that's amazing. So the window piece of it is good. I think the initial ground floor storefront changes to go from a single to a double door, revolving to a double door. I think it's appropriate and functionally necessary. And then in terms of the rooftop equipment, I think you did a wonderful job in terms of setting it back and putting the border with the beige, so you have minimal visibility. And in terms of the change of use, I think it's also appropriate.
Commissioner Jefferson.
The change is important. And I think the architects, I commend the architects because they did an incredible job in just thinking it through. I mean, for example, the location of the mechanical units on Broadway side. That took a lot of thinking, a lot of careful walking to see that. And I think the replacement of window appropriate, replacement of entrance infill appropriate, modified penthouse appropriate. All of it is appropriate. And I think just the way they work through the systems was commendable.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
Yes, I agree with the other commissioners that, you know, it is a positive to move forward with the modification of use for this building, and will also ensure its ongoing upkeep, which is, of course, extremely important. And that I believe that it is okay to replace the windows with the tilt and turn that are being replaced, and then to carefully preserve the special windows and restore those. And I think the storefront changes are appropriate, the additional doors. And I think it's a positive project. I can approve it.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay, thanks. A couple of things. First of all, the easy stuff, storefronts, fine. Entrance doors, switch to revolving, fine. Location of equipment on the roof, visibility is limited, fine. I think that covers the low-hanging fruit. The change of use, not only is it completely appropriate, but one would hope that the current flurry of regulations that's surrounding New York City and New York State regarding the City of Yes, housing bill, et cetera, would make such a ridiculous, cumbersome, costly endeavor to try to switch a totally logical, absolutely appropriate, should have been a residential building from the start conversion, to make it an as-of-right, simple, cheap, easy, fast kind of thing. One would hope that that kind of regulation would be passed last week. So that takes care of that. I think that when this was before us a few years ago, the comment that I had at the time has, in my view, only been made more pointed. The problem with the bulkhead, which I guess we're not reviewing, but I had to say, is the color of the stucco erases the crenellation from one's view of this building from a distance. As these photographs have shown again and again, the top of the building was meant to be seen as crenellated, not smooth. By choosing a color that purposefully blends with the color of the parapet, one erases that very distinctive, iconic view. So I would urge the applicant to rethink the color choice of the cream color, go with something that's darker so that you can see the crenellation. It's very important in my views. In terms of the windows, I know about acoustics a little, I know about an energy code a little, and I understand why these windows are the bee's knees. However, because it's an individual landmark and because it is made up of so many darn windows, we have to at least talk about the issue of operation direction, right? This building was meant to be seen with double hung windows. So the change to a casement where you're going to see this unusual angular shadow and flap kind of arrangement as opposed to a double hung arrangement is of concern. I think we have to at least think about it. And I think for me, even though I take it very, very seriously and do think about it, I think in this case, it might be okay. The mitigating factors are, number one, the incredible decorative importance of the facade itself. The windows themselves, even though they are a significant element of the building, no doubt, I don't see them as a significant design element of the building. Like, let's say, I don't know, I keep on thinking of that Friends Seminary on East 13th Street or something, where they have those giant wooden double hung windows. I don't think it's a feature window, in other words, except for the ones that they're saving. I did a job in this building before I was a commissioner, and it was a total revelation to me. We did it in the point of one on the 7th floor, and we stripped the interiors of those windows. They were copper on the inside. They were not wood on the inside. I think that the material, I think that, total home run, better profiles, better sections, better, all that stuff is fine. I have no problem with the windows chosen per se. But I want to make sure that the staff has looked carefully at the Jablonski report and concurs in full. Because I think about that building over there, the bank, whose name I forget, which had copper windows. And we tortured those people a few years ago and made them get copper windows, if I'm not mistaken, because the copper windows, the bank on Chamber Street, I'm immigrant, there you go, can't miss it. They were distinctive windows and they were exposed copper. You could see the green. Now, by the way, they didn't fail all those, they were kind of the copper was good. It was the rest of the window that went to hell. I think that if these windows were originally intended to be exposed copper visible to people and it was part of a decorative scheme for the building, then I think we should rethink our saying okay to a paint job. If, however, the windows were always intended to be seen with a non-organic coating, if patina was intended from the beginning by the original architects to be a non-metallic finish, then I'm okay with the paint job.
All right, well, thank you for those comments, and I think, looking at the color of the penthouse is certainly something that can be done easily enough, and we can have the staff look at the Jablonski report on the finish. But short of that today, I think we have enough to support it as is. So we'll make motion to approve. Well, it'll be two motions to approve.
Do one and then vote and then do the second? Okay. With regards to LPC 24-08057, 175 Fifth Avenue, the Flatiron Building, individual landmark, Ladies Miles Historic District, a Beaux-Arts style skyscraper designed by D.H. Burnham & Co. and built in 1902 and 1903. Application is to replace windows and amend approval under LPC 21-01234 and LPC 21-02537 to replace entrance infill, modify the penthouse, install mechanical equipment at the roof, and establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefront and louvers. I note that the building style, scale, material, and detail among the features of the individual landmarks that contribute to special architectural historic character of the Ladies Mile Historic District. I further note that much of the proposed works relates to the conversion of the building from office to residential. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural features, that the vast majority of the original copper-clad wood double-hung windows were replaced with aluminum double-hung windows in the early 2000s, and that the proposed replacement windows will improve upon certain details of the existing replacement windows, that the remaining historic windows, including curved sash and ocular windows, will be retained and restored, thereby maintaining these special windows, that the proposed 1/1 simulated double-hung aluminum windows in single-paired tripartite and arch-headed configurations will closely match the historic windows in terms of details, configuration, and finish, and will retain the existing brick mold and mullions. That the change in operation of the windows to in-swing hopper or casement will accommodate accessibility, energy performance, and other code requirements, and will only be perceptible when the sash is open. That the glazing in the upper sash will be in a different plane from the glazing in the lower sash and will recall the appearance of the historic offset window sashes. That the proposed bronze-clad entrance infill will feature configurations, materials, details, and profile profiles and finishes which will recall aspects of the historic bronze entrance infill and existed at these bays. Broadway facade will be compatible with the historic proportion of the ground floor and will subtly acknowledge the installation of modern infill. That the storefront infill at most of all of the bays has been replaced over time, and several have been changed in terms of composition of elements. Therefore, the proposed work will not alter an intact and unified composition of the historic infill. That the proposed storefront configuration at the 22nd Street facade featuring paired doors and a flat-fronted display window will maintain proportions and level of uniformity at this facade, which has been previously altered to include other flat-fronted display windows, and that the sound historic cast iron components will be retained and reused in matching or similar context to their historic installation, thereby maintaining historic fabric to the extent feasible. That the installation of mechanical equipment and screening at the roof will only be seen from public thoroughfares at a distance and will not be more than minimally visible in most prominent views of the building from the north, thereby not detracting from the silhouette of the building in views from public thoroughfares. That the mechanical equipment is necessitated by the conversion of the building from commercial to residential use, and that the installation of light gray metal acoustic screen panels will be detailed and finished in a way that, given its architectural presence and allows the installation to harmonize with the building below, and that the proposed work will not detract from the significant historic or architectural features of this individual landmark or the Ladies Mile Historic District.
Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion? Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Abstain.
abstain. Tricky. Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 6 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstaining. Motion passes.
All right, and Michael, just for, if it gives you some comfort, it's been brought to my attention by staff that at Immigrant Savings Bank, we did not have an issue with the replacement of the copper. It was the curved glass that we tortured them over.
I remember the torture.
Right. With regards to LPC 24-08093, 175 Fifth Avenue, Flatiron Building, individual landmark, Ladies Mile Historic District, a Beaux-Arts style skyscraper designed by D.H. Burnham and Co. and built in 1902-3. Application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to the application for modification of use pursuant to section 15-20B of the zoning resolution. I note that the building is an individual landmark as well as a contributing building within the Ladies Mile Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the restoration work to LPC 24-09940, including terracotta repairs and replacement brick, replacement of limestone repairs, GFRC repairs, and repointing will help return the building closer to its historic appearance. That the restorative work will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building and the historic district. That the restorative work will aid in the long-term preservation of the building, that the implementation of cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building, and that the owners of the designated building have committed themselves to establishing a perpetual cycle maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable by the Landmark Preservation Commission under the provisions of the restrictive declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, assigned, and subsequent owners of the building, and which will be recorded at the New York City County Register Office.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
All right, so that's approved. Thank you. And we'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 10, LPC 24-09247. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1382, Lot 32, 49 East 67th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a row house designed by J.H. Valentine and built in 1878, later altered in the neo-federal style in 1919 by Sterner and Wolf. And the application is to replace a door.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Ruley, Higgins Quaysbarth and Partners. We are the preservation consultants for this project. I'm joined by Haley Fazio of, sorry, the microphone, of Yellow House Architects. They are the architects for the overall project. So this is a proposal for replacement of the existing front entry door at 49 East 67th Street, which we see here on the left. It's a 5-story neo-federal period building designed by Sterner and Wolf and constructed in 1919. It's located on the north side of 67th Street between Madison and Park Avenues. Yellow House is just finishing up an overall renovation of the building that was all managed at staff level. And our sole scope here is replacement of the non-historic existing front door. So here on the left, sorry, on the left is the existing condition, and on the right is the proposed. We have a non-historic, in the existing condition, we have a non-historic 6-panel wooden door. It's set within marble surround. And as you can see, there are 2 deeply recessed bays to the right of that with historic ironwork. It's a window and a service door, but they're set back in a deeper plane. At the second floor, at the parlor level, we have non-historic ironwork that exists there. And so the proposal is a new iron and glass door that draws on the historic ironwork on the building. We'll be looking at that in detail. And then it's not shown in this rendering, but we're proposing to restore the original ironwork at the second floor. So it creates a cohesive and approach to all of the ironwork at the building. And as we'll see, this is consistent with other ironwork at other neo-federal federal period buildings of this period and work by the same architect. Here are the existing conditions of the front door. We know that it's not original based on the depth of the panels and the profiles of those panels, as well as the proportion of the stiles and rails in the overall composition. You can see it has a deep marble surround and deep returns on the face that are perpendicular to the entry itself. Here is a really spectacular photo of the original condition. So 1920, right after the building is completed, you can see the original 6-panel door that was there at the when the building was reconstructed, that original marble surround and those 2 bays of ironwork that exist today. On the parlor floor, the original ironwork was this really complex pattern of interlaced arches, rounded arches and pointed arches, and then that is sort of hemmed in by quatrefoil panels at the top and the bottom. By the time of designation, so this is designation photos from the early 1980s, you can see all of the windows had been removed for single pane windows, and then all of the ironwork on that parlor level was also removed. Just looking at a few examples on the Upper East Side. So these are 4 neo-federal examples in the Upper East Side district, all with very similar conditions. Marble or stone surrounds or porticos with a deep recess and a metal and glass door. And so all of these buildings are contemporary buildings to the building at 49. We also see it in the work of Frederick Sterner, Sterner and Wolf projects. The as you know, Sterner was a major player in the altered row house movement of the early 20th century. And so we see a lot of play and eclecticism at the ground floors, lots of screening devices. Here we have 3 specific examples where it's a metal and glass door, but also using railings, grills, and fences as a way of creating privacy at the ground floor once you remove the stoop. So it's this whole shift in how row houses are managed in terms of their interior plan that's reflected in how one creates privacy but light within the interiors of the space. And so here's the overall proposal. The new metal and glass door here, you can see it's picking up on the quatrefoil panel. So in the place of the traditional style and rail, we have this a continuous frame of quatrefoil patterning, and then that interlacing pattern of rounded arches and pointed arches that create the center panel, and then horizontal rails to break down the scale of the opening and bring it into consistency with both the existing ironwork and what was the proportions of the historic door. And you can also see here the replicated ironwork at the parlor level, so that, again, bringing that consistent approach to all of the ironwork on the building. Just a few details. We have existing wood jambs. Those will be replicated in metal to match the existing profiles. All of the stone return will remain. And so everything will be in exactly the same plane. You can see the new door insulated glazed unit in the exact same plane that the existing wooden door is in. Wait, sorry, wrong way. And then also in vertical section. Again, the jamb being replaced with the new metal jamb and the door in the existing plane. So all of the relationships will be maintained within the opening. And this is the overall proposal.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, not seeing any questions. We'll move to public testimony, and we have one person who signed up, John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham from the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society cannot support replacing the existing front door at 46 East 67th Street. Landmarks Commission permits often refer to bringing the building closer to the original design. The historic photographs the applicant has provided show that the original design of this front door has never been lost. Frederick Sterner, the architect of the 1919 redesign of this row house, was an extremely important figure in the history of row house design in the early 20th century. Andrew Beltart extensively documents his work in the Upper East Side and elsewhere in the city in The Row House Reborn. I'm just going to step away from my prepared remarks. We spent, as a committee at the Victorian Society, a great deal of time looking with delight at the 1920 picture from the Museum of the City of New York, which shows a painted wood 6-paneled door. I just heard the testimony of a knowledgeable preservationist that door should not be replicated. I cannot understand that. That picture, going back to my prepared testimony, Board 5 has a wonderfully clear photo from the collection of the Museum of the City of New York, taken in 1920, 1 year after this facade was redesigned. It shows a painted wood door, which is identical to the existing door in terms of proportions, details, material, and painted finish. We don't know if the existing door is original or if it is a perfectly fabricated replica installed in an earlier renovation. But we feel strongly the design, which has survived 105 years, should remain intact. Commissioners, please deny this proposal to change the door. Finally, we'll note that the appendix describes a proposal to restore the original design of the iron balconets at the parlor floor. This change wasn't advertised, so we assume it's being done at staff level. This restoration approach is exactly right. We urge that the same preservation ethic be applied to the front door. By denying the door replacement and restoring the balconets, East 67th Street will have an intact Sterner and Wolff facade, an outcome that we support as an example of preservation at its best. And finally, I'll just say it's a pity that the presentation doesn't allow you to look side by side at the photographs of the existing condition and that 1920 photograph, which shows the 6-panel wood door. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a couple of hands raised in our attendees list. The first we'll be hearing from is Zainab Tehran from the Friends of the Upper East Side. Zainab Tehran, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Carroll. My name is Zainab Tehran, speaking on behalf of the Upper East Side. Friends Preservation Committee has no objections to the proposed wrought iron and glass door at the main entrance. The interlacing arch and quatrefoil pattern ironwork inspired by the 1999 design will complement existing ironwork on the entry-level windows and the restored parlor floor railings. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed door lovely as a design, but notes that the historic precedent for this building is a solid door. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends denial. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
So would you like to respond to the comments? Yeah.
Thank you. So just to touch on a few of the points, I don't think I said that it should not be replicated. The proposal here is to replace it with a metal and glass door because we're dealing with a non-historic door condition. And I think that this is a practical solution, the type that the commission weighs all day on Tuesdays. And it's an issue of appropriateness. And if we were replacing it with wood, it would be approvable at staff level. But the practical need here is for some light within the vestibule. And we have very deeply recessed fittings you can see in the other two bays. It's a very dark condition. And we've demonstrated that this type of door is consistent with buildings of this period and style throughout the district. And also the work of Sterner. Yes, the original design was a solid panel door, but Sterner was nothing if not eclectic in his approach to the reimagination of row houses. And these were practical issues that were being solved, and that's what this is today. So it's easy to say that the right solution is the one that exists. We know for sure that it is not the original. It was replaced in 1986. There was a violation for the replacement because I think they evidently painted it pink, which drew some attention to it. And then it was legalized in 2000. So it's a 23-year-old door. It does replicate the details closely. But we feel because it is not the historic, that it is appropriate to introduce a new design. And it's part of a cohesive approach that brings back the parlor floor and unifies all of the ironwork together as one. So I think it is a benefit for the overall building and addressing the practical concerns of the owner.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Did you ever explore just going with a wooden door with glass in it instead of a metal door? Something about, you often see half doors with glass, something of a modification of the existing design without chucking it whole?
Hello.
Yeah, say your name.
Yes, my name is Haley Fazio, and I work at Yellow House Architects. I should preface by saying my involvement on this project has been since springtime of this, we're still currently in spring, but since the start of spring of this year, I will say that I believe it was my principal's, Elizabeth Graziello, I believe it was her intention to not study a wood door, not by any means that it was, not explored for materiality's sake, but particularly for the sake of replicating the symmetry of the ironwork. So I don't see the harm in exploring a wooden door. However, that was our main intention, was to keep the symmetry of the ironwork and to create a new door, but with elements and honor to the existing and the restoration of the feel of the townhouse as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Aaron, I think you showed examples of other iron and glass doors in townhouses on the Upper East Side. Maybe some were Sterner designed and
Yeah.
they were fully glazed.
Fully glazed,
Right.
yes. So we have,
Just sort of a,
here are three, it's unfortunately hard to see, but this is a fully glazed door, deeply recessed. This building is extremely similar to what we're dealing with in terms of the work of Sterner, but we have of course a marble surround. So there's a fully glazed door here. This is the Explorers Club. It's a little bit larger building type, but fully glazed metal and glass door. And then this example on 94th Street, which has a recessed, deeply recessed entry with a fully glazed metal and glass door. And then, of course, there's the examples of the Neo-Federal buildings. This is a great detail, shows you that fully glazed, very sort of light open work in the door. And then three other examples. So both in terms of, they're all contemporaneous with what's happening on 67th Street and
some of them are Sterner.
And some of them are, yeah. All of these are Neo-Federal and all of these are Sterner.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
So the problem I always had with these, I lived in one of these, is that the curtain or the drapes can change. So you could have infinite colors and variations, right? And the question then is, how important is the history of it or the variation of it? It's a wide range of concepts there.
Speak to the interior treatment.
Sure. I think the intent here is for a light sheer light. I understand your concern. We deal with it on windows every day, right? It's every aperture on a building. But I think the intent is for light to permeate and that we would have a light curtain on just as a sheer, but nothing dramatic that's going to change the fundamental reading. I would also note that that exact condition is what we're seeing here. There's just sort of a privacy sheer within the opening to give filtered light through to the vestibule.
So just the concept is for light.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? All right. Yes, Commissioner Lutfi. Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, let's move to our discussion. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. So this is not unlike the application we saw this morning to replace a pair of doors with a single door, which actually reduce the amount of glazing. This is to replace a solid door with a metal and glass door. This is a style of door that is actually typical of on the Upper East Side, both in apartment buildings and row houses in our experience. And so the applicant has shown examples, both designed by the same architect Sterner, as well as other examples, and has noted that the existing door is not historic. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to start this one?
It depends on how you analyze this. And personally, how I analyze it is, if I use history, I would go for the solid door. When I lived in a place like that, I wanted light. And I wanted light to come in lower level, brownstones, not enough south left. So I bend to the, I find what proposed appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Master?
I agree. I think it's appropriate. The door that it's replacing is not historic. In addition, given that this design feature was found in this type of building of this age, and it's found in this neighborhood. And I do think it references really beautifully the ironwork in the windows above. I actually think it's aesthetically very pleasing, and I can find it appropriate.
And which is true, the ironwork at the parlor floor windows will be reviewed at staff level, but it'll bring them together. Commissioner Lutfi?
You know, I happen to be very sympathetic about the idea of getting light into the ground floor of brownstones and townhouses, or anywhere, actually, anywhere. It makes you feel good. But it just, you know, I can appreciate the fact that this door might not have been the original door, but the interesting thing about this building itself is that originally it had a lot of ironwork on it, and the owner is going to restore what's on the windows on the parlor floor. And I think that in a way, this door ties in really nicely, better than the original door. And it looks like it's, to me, it looks like it could have been there for a long time. And I also appreciate the fact that this architect has buildings on this street that have this kind of entryway. So I could approve this.
Okay. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree with the other commissioners. I think this looks appropriate, and it will be really good to get light into the entryway, so I can approve it.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, I disagree. I think that we often hear the architect did it elsewhere argument when we're looking at like window replacements in apartment buildings, or we've heard in other places, but we know what he wanted. He did it. It's here. We see it. He made a choice. We know that Mr. Sterner knew about steel doors and knew about grill work, but he chose on purpose here not to do it. I could approve a glass, you know, since it's not original, since you know, and since it was meant to be different from the others, I could approve a wooden door painted as the original was with significant amounts of glass in it. But you know, and I think that this is not an aesthetic judgment. What they're proposing is a lovely door with lovely ironwork on it. And if it were original, and if this was an aesthetic judgment that I think I'm being asked to make, I would say that it's aesthetically quite lovely. But I think from a historic perspective, it's the wrong move. I think it should be a wood door with glass inserted that is purposefully meant to be different from the other two openings.
And just thinking about the application this morning where we approved replacing original doors.
Right.
And so those were the original doors. We know they were the original intent. So I'm just trying to reconcile the two.
I think that in that case, for me, the distinctiveness of the doors was less significant to the overall architectural design than it is here. And here we have a kind of a very aestheticized facade that was changed for its style in the 1920s, and maybe for a little bit of real estate. But I think that was very much a trend that was characterized by an architecturally significant style intervention against the status quo. And so I think that the design here is kind of more of a forward element than the one in Park Slope, where it's kind of a nice workmanlike middle-class townhouse that had an overall composition that was, I didn't think, being disrupted by the change in the doors.
Okay, thank you for talking that through. Okay, Commissioner Chapin?
I think with others that because it's not an original door and ironwork is appropriate to the to this period, to this architecture, to this neighborhood, and even to Sterner himself. I mean, if he were around today, he might say, yeah. I mean, it's a door is an element that changes over time, many times. Architects change them, you know, and yes, he might have made a conscious decision that he wanted that kind of door, or maybe his client wanted that kind of door. We don't know today. That I think it's on the judgment of whether it could be deemed appropriate. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I do appreciate talking through all those issues. That's very helpful on all fronts. So I think we have enough to support it. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make the motion?
In the matter of LPC -24 -09247 49 East 67th Street. Application is to replace a door. I note that the building style, scale, material, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historical character of the Upper East Side Historic District. That the existing replacement door was installed in 1986, and therefore the proposed work will not eliminate any significant historic fabric. That the design of the proposed metal and glass door is in keeping with doors found in other buildings of this age, type, and style in a historic district. That the proposed decorative wrought iron work at the door will reflect the design and the detail and black finish of a historic ironwork found at windows openings at the base of the building dating back to 1919 alteration, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historical character of the building or the streetscape.
Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Nope.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 6 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Right, so that's approved. Thank you. We'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 11, LPC 24-04501, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1378, Lot 7, 5 East 63rd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neoclassical style townhouse designed by Hines and Lafarge and constructed in 1900 and altered and converted to a multiple dwelling by Harry Hurwitz in 1942. The application is to install cornices, replace a stair bulkhead, remove a studio window and a portion of the roof to create a terrace.
Please go ahead.
My name is Michael Nelson from Shallot Architects. Good afternoon. We're here today to propose renovations to 5 East 63rd Street in Manhattan. It was erected as a single-family residence in 1900 for Clarence Winthrop Bowen. Bowen was a prominent New Yorker, publisher, and founder of the American Historical Association. The architects for the original building were Hines and Lafarge, the firm who won the competition to design Cathedral of St. John the Divine. 5 East 63rd is a 6-story building having a Roman brick facade, stone coins, a rusticated limestone first story, and a granite base with an ornate cornice or entrance portico. In 1942, architect Harry Hurwitz designed a major alteration. The building was converted to a multiple dwelling. The upper stories and the copper mansard roof were removed, and the facade was radically altered. It appears that the original floor structure was also removed, and the new steel and concrete floors were added, as well as a new steel stair. In 1997, there were 2 permits issued by the commission. The first consisted of restoring the granite first floor and enlarging all the window openings above the first floor. The enlarged windows were ornamented with limestone coins, lintels, and sills. The double-hung windows were replaced with multi-light casement windows, and new ornamental metal balconets were installed in front of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor windows. The second application, 1997, was to enlarge the lot line window on the 6th floor level of the west facade. We are proposing to convert the building to a single-family residence. On the facade, we are proposing the installation of 2 GFRC cornices. The cornice with the balustrades, which I will show in a moment, will echo the design of the original Lafarge cornice and is proposed at the 5th floor level, similar to its original location on the building. The second cornice, installed above the 6th floor, echoes the existing small cornices at the 3rd and 5th floors. On the roof, we're proposing an extension of the existing stair bulkhead. The extension will include a skylight, and the bulkhead will be constructed of matching brick masonry. At the rear of the building, we propose to create an outdoor room by removing a portion of the existing roof and skylight. The building has a small, a small dark rear yard, and the client would like to be able to enjoy some private outdoor space in this outdoor room. And on the rear facade, we are proposing the removal of the window and window frames from the area that would form the outdoor room. The existing window openings would remain. The building is located in the Upper East Side Historic District. As you can see here, we've included a block plan indicating the neighboring building heights, as well as the neighboring rear extensions, and some photos of the rear yards to the north side of the property. On the left, you'll see the 1940 tax photo indicating the original Lafarge building with the mansard roof and cornice. The cornice shown here is the cornice that we intend to echo in our proposal. The 1980 photo on the right presents a very similar condition to the existing building. These are a few photos of the existing building from the views from the west side of 5th Avenue all the way to Madison Avenue. And a few examples of the entrance portico and the casement windows with the existing transoms. This is a photo of the rear yard and the existing copper-clad bay windows, which are to remain. The photo on the right indicates the skylight that we are proposing the removal of, and the 3 window openings that we're proposing the removal of the windows and frames. The sill and the openings would remain. These are some contextual photos of East 63rd Street, looking south and the north side. On the left side, you will see an elevation based on the 1940s tax photo. In the middle is our existing elevation, and on the right side is the proposed elevation. You can see here at the 5th floor is our proposal for the cornice that echoes the Lafarge, intended to be similar to its original location on the building, as well as our new cornice up above the 6th floor. The cornice is indicated at the 5th floor was revised in response to the community board's comments and working with the LPC staff. This is the existing rear facade of the building, and the proposed rear facade of the building. You can see the 3 windows that we are proposing to be removed. New metal railings would be installed in those openings, but they would only extend to 42 inches above the level of the floor. Those railings would then echo the existing railings on the front facade. The existing east elevation, you can see the extension of the bulkhead here. You can see the new skylight on the roof here and the removal of this window and frame. This is a section through the proposed outdoor room where we are proposing the removal of the roof. And then you can see the existing window opening here. The west elevations, you can see the extension of the bulkhead. We're proposing a matching brick masonry to be continuous, and the replacement of this lot line window. No change to the size of that window. The existing axonometric and proposed axonometric. I think this gives a pretty good idea of what's happening on the roof. You can see the portion of the roof that we're proposing to remove to form this outdoor room. This new exterior wall would be brick, so that all 4 of these interior faces would be brick masonry. So there's some enlarged details of the cornice and the reference image for the Lafarge cornice. This is the bulkhead of the roof, or the mock-up of the roof bulkhead extension, and photos of the bulkhead from the west side of Fifth Avenue, the east side of Fifth Avenue, and then an attempt to see it from Madison Avenue. It's the bulkhead and the east lot line windows are not visible from Madison Avenue. A sightline diagram. And we have included an appendix of the replacements of the casement windows, which we are led to believe will be reviewed at staff level. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Ginsburg.
So I'm a little concerned, you're taking an interior room and making an exterior room, and that material wasn't necessarily designed to be exposed to the elements. What are you doing to protect the structure long-term, given this change?
Well, can I flip to the drawings? Do I have control of the presentation still? Okay, thank you. The existing floor here, which is an interior floor, that would be replaced. So we would waterproof that. It would be treated as an outdoor terrace, similar to the existing one below. That new wall would also be a new exterior wall to meet energy code. And then all of the existing finishes on these existing masonry walls would be removed to expose the brick. We would then seal the brick to protect it so that we could create an outdoor space.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's see if we have any public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one speaker with their hand raised, that being Zainab Turan from the Friends of the Upper East Side. Zainab Turan, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello again, Commissioners. My name is Zainab Turan, speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. Friends supports this application. We regret the 1942 alteration that led to the removal of the mansard roof designed by Hines and Lafarge. We approved the inclusion of a new terrace on the 6th floor on the back facade. However, we asked the client to improve the design of the new cornice on the front facade to make it more visually substantial and balanced, echoing the building's early 20th century aesthetic character. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends denial. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, so I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments. The one that we've heard is support, but with some additional work on the cornice, or if you can talk about the cornice design and then maybe speak to the community board.
Of course. So we'll start with the upper cornice. I agree. It does need a little bit more thought, and it's actually something we've been working on regularly with staff over the last 2 weeks. So we're happy to continue that conversation and refine the design for the upper cornice. To address the community board, when we presented, we previously had a single cornice mounted at the roof, which concealed those 3 existing openings. We have since revised it. We've gone back to the Lafarge design, which was a recommendation from the community board. And we've actually brought it down lower to be similar to its original location on the building.
Okay, great. Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
Your cornice, your new design, I'm looking at the 3 examples, and the cornice that you have, how did you get to that cornice? I mean, I see the existing cornice, the previous cornice.
Are you,
This new
are you talking
cornice
about
seems to
the,
be kind of a different language. I wonder
The
what
upper
would you-
cornice or the
The one,
balustrade?
yeah, the top.
The upper one, yeah.
the upper one is, so there are small existing cornices on the lower levels on the building at the 3rd floor and the 5th floor. So we were taking inspiration from that, but also trying to kind of echo some of the other details in the original Lafarge facade. That is how we got to that proposed cornice at the roof line.
So the language was just a change,
I'm sorry, what?
the language, the architectural language. The architectural language is just a change from the previous language.
It's a change from the, sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
So I guess he's wondering how you came up with the architectural language for the upper cornice.
It's a combination of some of the original details from the 1940s facade and some of the architectural details from the 1942 renovation, which still exist on the building.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so I think we'll move to our discussion then. And Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is a proposal, as the applicant explained, this building has been altered and raised in the past. And so the applicant is replicating the balustrade at the original height and then creating a new cornice made in fiberglass at the upper floors. And we heard testimony that that could continue to be studied. The applicant has said that they would be happy to do that. The proposal also includes removing a studio window and creating a interior court at the rear and enclosing an interior courtyard. Are you staying for this? Do you want to stay? Okay, so Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start? Oh, okay, you're going to have to go. Commissioner Chapin, would you start?
Yeah, I think that the stair bulkhead slightly enlarged is fine. The removing the studio windows and the top windows to create the terrace is also fine. I think that adding the cornice and balustrade will be helpful, but I think the applicant should work with the staff on the details of how those will be carried out.
Okay.
Because there's not really a lot of detail right now in what they're going to look like, so.
Okay, great. Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree. I think that the success of this scheme will be in the detail, Lafargian as much as possible, to the that's developed for the two moldings shown here. I think they're generally that's a big success. I'd be remiss if I didn't comment extra cathedra of the fact that this unfortunately does represent the loss of yet more units in a city that's desperate need of them but we could say that about most of the things we do.
I know.
It just struck me as a rather big one. But anyway, I think that the detail's key. And I think that they should look at the previous applicant's extraordinary detail in looking at precedent of the architect in trying to fill it in. I think that the rear stuff and the rooftop stuff is fine.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree with my other commissioners working with staff on the details, but I do want to add one other thing. Exposing that interior brick, which was never meant to be exposed, that was typically where the second grade of brick was used. It's more porous. If water gets in there and then freezes, you can start having major spalling. So working with staff, make sure there's proper flashing at the top and proper detailing, potentially some sort of breathable waterproofing clear to protect the brick is very important.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Master
I agree with the previous comments.
and Commissioner Jefferson.
There's a great opportunity here to use new elements to change the proportion of this building and make it better. I do like the exterior room. I think it's kind of charming. And it's just a matter of detailing and working with staff to get better proportions and details.
Okay, so I think we can move to approve this with the condition that they work with the staff to further refine the details and proportions of the cornice, and that, of course, that they have proper waterproofing for the rear courtyard. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion?
In the matter of certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 24-04501, 5 East 64th Street, Upper East Side Historic District. A neoclassical style townhouse designed by Heinz and Lafarge and constructed in 1900 and altered and converted to a multiple dwelling by Harry Herwood in 1942. Application is to install cornices, replace the stair bulkhead, and remove a studio window and portion of a roof to create a terrace. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed balustrade and cornice are in keeping with the types of features that were originally present at this building and compatible with the mid-20th century redesign of the building, that the placement of the balustrade and cornice will help to establish hierarchical and proportional relationships that recall the original design and harmonize with the existing design, that the fiberglass material of the balustrade and cornice at the upper floors will have a painted finish, and that the use of a substitute material will not be discernible from the street, that the enlarged bulkhead will be simply designed, typical in terms of materials and profiles, and only visible from public thoroughfares over the secondary facades within the context of a varied streetscape, featuring buildings of varying heights and miscellaneous rooftop accretions, that the removal of the rear portion of the roof, including the mid-20th century studio window and removal of the top floor windows of the rear facade to create an open terrace behind it, will not be visible from a public thoroughfare or detract from the rear facade of the building, and that the work will support the significant historic and architectural features of the building and historic district. However, I find that the upper cornice is not well scaled to the facade, and the profiles and details of the cornice and balustrade are not fully developed. Therefore, I recommend that the dimensions, profiles, and details of the cornice and balustrade be refined in consultation with Commission staff, and that the applicant also work with the staff on waterproofing for the terrace.
All right, and Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Master.
Aye.
7 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next and final item.
Ominous. Okay, last item of the day, public hearing, item number 12, LPC 24-02524, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1377, Lot 7501, 817 Fifth Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neo-Italian Renaissance style apartment building designed by George B. Post and Sons and built in 1924 to 25. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Hello, my name is Christina Redmond. I'm from Midtown Preservation, Architecture and Engineering, and we're representing 817 Fifth Avenue condominium in a presentation for a window master plan. The building is located in the Upper East Side Historic District, designated in 1981. It's on the corner of East 63rd Street and Fifth Avenue. Here you'll see two historic photographs. The one on the left is from 1946. The one on the right is from about 1975. The one on the right is a photograph taken before the area was designated and before the building was placed on the National Register. As you know, on the left, you'll see that the windows were originally built with double hung windows, 6/6. On the right-hand side, it pretty much matches what's there now. The windows fronting Fifth Avenue are single light, primarily tilt and turn. And the windows fronting East 63rd Street, it's a little bit of a mixture, but primarily 1/1 double hung. One of the nice features about this building, and you can see from the little snippet of the historical brochure, the building was originally marketed as having country views by day and brilliant vistas by night. Here's some recent photos. On the left-hand side, you'll see the facade fronting East 63rd Street. There are a couple of tilt and turn single light, but primarily 1/1 double hung. The middle photograph is the Fifth Avenue facade. These are single light tilt and turn. At the ground floor of the Fifth Avenue facade, the windows are 1/1 double hung. These show the proposed, the existing and the proposed elevation drawings. Here's the Fifth Avenue fronting facade, primarily or almost all tilt and turn except for the first floor. And what we're proposing in response to the community board comments regarding an awkward juxtaposition is to change the design to 1/1 double hung windows, all fronting Fifth Avenue. These are the East 63rd Street elevations. Left-hand side is the existing view and the right-hand side is conforming with the 1/1 double hung windows. The building is interested in maintaining consistent aesthetics, so they've decided to introduce the 1/1 on Fifth Avenue while maintaining the 1/1 on East 63rd Street. This is just a close-up photograph, second floor windows in the foreground fronting East 63rd Street side. The windows are 4 foot wide on East 63rd Street by about 6'1" high. On Fifth Avenue, they're about 4'6" wide. The window manufacturer selected is Universal Windows. It's an aluminum window. They offer powder coat finishes and any RAL color. So what we did is we looked at the available gray colors that they have and tried to pick something that was generally, matching the existing windows that are there. Right now, the existing windows are a metallic clear anodized aluminum finish. So what we were proposing is something more in keeping what was original, which would be a powder coat like gray finish that would not compete with the limestone, but yet still match with the windows that are there now as the upgrades are made over time. We did find some older windows, older wood windows at the rear facade that were, they did have a gray painted finish. And we discovered one window with a brick mold. I don't know if you can see it here. I can zoom in here. Oops. No. Yeah, so there is a small beaded edge at the corner here in the old wood window that we observed at one of the rear walls. A small probe was done in the past at the double hung windows where the window washer hooks are. And what we found there was primarily a flat surface, however, which is a very small probe. What we intend to do is remove a whole piece of panning so that we can just be sure, what was probably original, which at this point we believe is just a round beaded edge at the corner, having a little bit of a reveal, and reintroducing this brick mold will reduce the flatness appearance of the new windows. Here are some precedents of buildings of a similar style and a similar construction date. This building here is one block north, 834 Fifth Avenue, neo-Renaissance style. This building is a Rosario Candela building and was originally designed with 1/1 double hung windows. This picture here, I believe, is in the 1940s, or I'm sorry, yes, 1940s, and here's a current picture here on the right. This is another precedent here, a similar situation. The photograph on the right is from 1921. This building is 910 Fifth Avenue, built around 1919. So you'll see here that the original windows were indeed 1/1 double hung windows. This building actually has been reclad, so that is the reasoning for not including a modern picture, because they reclad the building in the 1950s for some reason. And this building here is another precedent, a neo-Italian Renaissance style, constructed in 1917. The address is 927 Fifth Avenue. You'll see it's a very similar scale to 817 Fifth Avenue. And here you'll see in an early photo, 1/1 double hung windows. This is another precedent here of 555 Park Avenue. It's a little further east. It's a similar style though, neo-Renaissance, constructed 1916 to 1917. You'll see this early photo on the left with 1/1 double hung windows. Here's another precedent. This is outside of the Upper East Side Historic District. However, it is on Fifth Avenue. It's 988, 989 Fifth Avenue. And you'll see this early photo here, 1/1 on the street side, on the avenue side. It's 1/1, two units mulled together. This is another precedent photo. This is on Fifth Avenue, also in the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. This is 1010 Fifth Avenue, constructed roughly around the same time as 817 Fifth Avenue, and also a similar style, neo-Italian Renaissance.
Right,
And that's
thank
it for the graphic presentation.
Any
Thank
any
you, Commissioners.
questions? Let's see, I know we do have public testimony. John Graham?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society is testifying about this building, built slightly after the period which normally receives our attention, for several reasons. First, the architects, George B. Post and Sons, acted between 1867 and 1930, were trained and worked in the Beaux-Arts tradition. 817 Fifth Avenue is designed in this tradition, as are dozens of the 15-story limestone-clad, classically detailed apartment buildings which line up Park and Fifth Avenues. As such, it falls comfortably within our focus. But more importantly, we want to applaud the applicant for their decision to create a master plan for window replacement. The building is now a hodgepodge of 1/1 single-pane tilt-and-turn sash. This ill-sorted group of replacement windows diminishes the overall unity which the original architects created. Implementation of the master plan will, over time, recreate that lost unity. However, the original windows were 6/6. The tax photos show how the multi-light sash enhanced the facade and were stylistically appropriate to it. We urge the Commission to require windows matching the original 6/6 configuration. But there are two other options. One is for 6/1 windows, which would restore some of the missing detail and texture to the facade. The other is an option put in place by the LPC in the 1990s for this type of building. At that time, some Beaux-Arts-style masonry-clad apartment buildings with facades divided into base, shaft, and crown created window master plans which allowed multi-light windows on the lower floors and 1/1 on the upper floors. 817 has rusticated stone cladding on the lower floors, stone with a smooth finish above that, and a prominent string course dividing the two types of cladding. It would be an excellent candidate for the use of double-hung windows with this sort of configuration change. We have provided with our written testimony some photographs of other Fifth Avenue buildings where they did, in fact, do this change. I have a copy which I can pass around if you wish, or donate, if it's not actually been delivered to you for your approval. And you can see they were done at 925th and 956th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and I'll note there is no one else in the hearing room to speak, so I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have 2 hands raised in the attendees list. The first we'll be hearing from is Zainab Tehran from the Friends of the Upper East Side. Zainab Tehran, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Okay, please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello again, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. My name is Zainab Tehran, speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. Friends supports the proposed window master plan. We approved the double-hung window design for both the 63rd Street and the 5th Avenue facades across the Central Park. This consistent design approach will prevent future window replacements from being done in a piecemeal fashion and will help maintain the integrity of the facades on both sides of the building. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC always appreciates when buildings create master plans. We note that this building's original window configuration was 6/6. We believe that a configuration echoing that multi-light historic condition, such as 6/1, would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8.
Excuse me. I did have my hand up.
This is actually Leonard Harlan. He is a board member for the 817 Fifth Avenue condominium.
Actually, I'm the president of the board.
Okay, Mr. Harlan, hold on 1 minute as the applicant. We're going to come to you in a minute. And I just want to finish up the testimony first. So you were just going to read in the community board's testimony?
Correct, yes. Manhattan CB8 recommends approval, and I will bring back to you, Chair
Okay,
Carroll.
all right. So, Mr. Harlan, please go ahead.
We, by virtue of our intense interest in the preservation of the district, we really felt it necessary to create a master plan. However, number of our owners moved into the building because of the exquisite views and them being largely unobstructed. We then looked at what the pattern is because of Fifth Avenue buildings, and as demonstrated, we felt that it was very important that our building continue to be part of the fabric of Fifth Avenue. I might say in quite contrast to the demolition of the building that was allowed next to us and a hotel being built there. Unfortunately, part of the ability to have views, and in particular, the sense of open air, was destroyed by the building next to us, so that the windows onto living rooms and dining rooms of most of the building on the 60th, on the Fifth Avenue side, southern side, were taken away from us over the past 5 years by that construction, which had been improved from a classic old building, by the way. What we really want to try to preserve is a sense of open views. And we felt that the 1/1 was consistent with the quality of architecture as demonstrated by our representative. It's very important to us. We all feel that way. And I happen to live also in the third oldest home in my community in Florida, built in 1896, which we restored. So I have a history personally of preservation. And that's why this is important to us. So I ask for your approval of the 1/1, which in fact is going back most of the way to what is tradition for Fifth Avenue, rather than the 6/6, which was required at that time because the windows couldn't be designed to be particularly larger at that time and withstand the strength of wind that could penetrate them. So I ask for your approval so that we can have a standardized view of windows both on 63rd Street and Fifth Avenue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So is there anything further you'd like to add in response to the testimony we heard?
Regarding the lower floors, I do believe that the detailing at, at the lower floors, if you look at the enlarged view at the second floor looking up, there is quite a lot of articulation at the building, and I believe the 1/1 will not compete with what's there. I don't think the 6/6 or even 6/1 will add much to the building. And regarding what was frequently seen at the time the building was constructed, while perusing various buildings in the neighborhood, it was quite common to see 1/1. And what I noticed in some of the historical photos of this building in particular, that possibly because the window color was light, the divided muntins, really did not have a lot of impact in terms of what really drew your eye visually. And that's all I have regarding the testimony provided.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, any final questions? All right, let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Thank you. Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is something that we're familiar with. We've seen many applications over the years, particularly at buildings on Fifth Avenue and Central Park West, or other locations with views to replace non-historic replacement windows that were there at the time of designation with new windows that are in a different configuration than the historic configuration. And, historically, the commission, particularly if it was a master plan, supported 1/1 in lieu of the historic configuration, and with the goal of achieving uniformity over time. And also that would, in those cases, represent removing single pane windows that were installed prior to designation, and that the 1/1 was more in keeping with historic window types, which in this case, the applicant has shown many buildings of this age and style with that. In more recent years, the commission has really looked at these applications more on a case-by-case basis to really understand where the historic configuration is important. So for example, in buildings that have very minimal facade ornament and the windows really were more important for reflecting the style of the building. The commission has found that going back to the original window configuration or some approximation of it would support the design style of the building. In other cases where the building has strong architectural design and detail on its own, the commission has found that the original configuration is less important and has supported 1/1 double hung windows. So we're looking at this particular a neo-Italian Renaissance style apartment building on a corner. And again, with the majority of the windows replaced prior to designation and in a combination of single pane and 1/1. And the applicants are proposing a master plan to unify the window with a 1/1, similar to other historic buildings of this type. All right, Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this one?
Yes, but I, again, have closed my computer, so I don't have the
Okay,
text,
that's
but I
okay.
can start.
Okay.
I think the color may not be quite right. When I look at the historic photos, it seems to be lighter, so you should work with staff on the final color. I'll be interested what the other commissioners say, but about doing a 6/1 or requiring the 6/6 on the lower floors. I could go either way on that.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi.
Oh, thank you. Without, I'm not gonna repeat what I said, but without totally repeating what you said, in a way, I tend to be a little more open-minded about this. And one thing I have to give the building credit for is the fact that they completely stripped away all of the character, pre-war character of these windows. I appreciate the fact that they're looking to make this building more cohesive from a pre-war standpoint in terms of its original architecture. I'm just going to lay a couple of things out. Oftentimes, on a building like this one that is not doesn't have a lot of ornamentation, I have seen the commission vote for the building to restore its original windows, which in this case would be 6/6. And we have also said there can be we're not going to go all the way back, but you have to at least do 6/1. So I know that some commissioners who are not here would definitely go that way. I feel like I could go 6/1, but I also, just given the fact that the building wants to do a master plan and they want to make this step be okay with the 1/1, despite the fact that the building doesn't have new ornamentation to support that decision. However, I do think that these windows should be clad wood. I don't think they should be completely. And I think that the shareholders will benefit from that on the inside of their apartments. So that would be my recommendation. Okay, I would still like to support that.
Yeah, I think it's fine. 1/1 double hung windows is fine. And I think with the master plan, I think you're going to regularize the fenestration, which is going to be a big improvement. My only comment is that they should work with staff to make sure that the gray color that they have, blends in well with the limestone so that it doesn't look awkward.
Consistency of facade is important, but it brings up all kinds of other issues which we should not discuss. But I think I can proceed with this.
I came in sort of thinking, that the 101 for one was okay, but looking at it, I feel a lot that, there's very little ornamentation, and it would be nice to return to something that gave some echo of the past. And so I'm kind of leaning myself toward the 6/1, which would permit a view for people, but still would, bring back some, Yes. Yeah, I think it's not, the truth is, I think it's not inappropriate, the 1/1, it's just that this building did historically have 6/6. But I don't think it's inappropriate, so if we go with that, anyway, so. I think we got 6 votes for something. Okay.
In the matter of docket 24-02524, 817 Fifth Avenue, Upper East Side Historic District, a neo-Italian Renaissance style apartment building designed by George P. Post and Sons and built in 1924-25. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I also note that all of the original 6/6 double-hung windows on the West Fifth Avenue facade were replaced by single light tilt and turn windows prior to the designation, and the majority of original 6/6 windows on the North 63rd Street facade were replaced by a mix of 1/1 double hung windows and single light windows prior to designation. I recommend approval, a finding that the vast majority of original windows at the primary west and north facades were replaced prior to designation. Therefore, the work will not further diminish a cohesive historic fenestration. That the proposed master plan will regularize the configuration and operation of the windows at these primary facades and will support the unity of the fenestration pattern over time. That the proposed double-hung windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation and details and will be in keeping with window configurations historically found on many windows of this age, style, and type in this historic district. That the work will not detract from the special architectural character of the building or the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend that the applicant continue to work with staff to refine the color of the windows to better harmonize with the limestone of the facade, and that the applicant also explore the possibility of wood-clad aluminum windows. Thank you.
Did you get the color? Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you?
Second.
that motion? Mark?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 6 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved. Thank you, and that concludes concludes our public hearing for today, May 21st. Thank you all for a very long day and exceptionally hard work, or exceptionally great work from you all. Thank you so much, and we'll see everybody in 2 weeks.